Hello and welcome everyone to the UKL Four Nations Autumn Open Qualifiers. I'm Kachka, joined by Previous. I've been rudely yanked out of my retirement 10 minutes ago, but hello.
Yeah, hello guys. Welcome to the stream.
So, can you maybe tell me more about the games? Because I'm going to be real. I've been, like as I said, told perhaps half an hour ago, hey, here are these games. Do you want to cast? I was like, okay, well, if you need me, then I will do that. So what are we watching today? We'll be following Link's Legacy, as far as I am aware. 3 games. So what's it like?
Yeah, so it should be Link's Legacy versus Gran Turismo in the first game, Link's Legacy versus Lazy in Life in the second game at 19:30, and then Link's Legacy versus Unique in the final match of the day. This will be the NLC opening qualifiers, I'm pretty sure it is. So this is Aurora Cup into the main stage, and yeah, this is basically the qualifying group stage, I think, for this. So should be a fun one today, especially seeing some of these older teams. We're seeing a lot of return of older players coming into some of these teams, so it should be an interesting matchup versus some of the newer Division 3 players as well.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Maybe there's going to be still some names that I might even recognize. So yeah, going into the first game, I think Link's Legacy are going to be on the blue side, from what we know. Is there anything we're necessarily expecting to see from them here, or?
Well, talking about meta picks specifically, we've seen the rise of LeBlanc, AD LeBlanc being basically pick ban. Complete nightmare in solo queue. Pick ban in competitive scrims in high level as well from the promotion tournaments we've been seeing in the LFL and the Superliga Division 2 into Division 1. So I'm really expecting high priority on this champion. Rel coming through is a very, very big pick as well for every single team on this meta. And then you obviously have your old school Maokai Sejuanis that have been meta for the last God knows how many years at this point. So these are kind of the expectations that I'm going to be seeing from the drafts. We might see some more spicy picks coming through, especially as this is kind of like a best of one scenario for all these teams. Yep. So they might come in with some, really wild, crazy stuff. But I think you're going to be seeing more meta picks for the most part, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you said it's best of one. So if you just manage to come and you've got a draft that maybe is a curveball, you throw it to your opponents. If it sticks, it sticks. And every win is going to matter. I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but what is the format like? How many wins do these teams need to be moving forward?
So they're in group stages. Let me just quickly open it up.
Okay, double round robin.
Yeah.
Okay, so you play 6 games. So yeah, if any of them go 3-0, that is almost as good as done. So we'll see how they manage to perform today.
Could be a fun one, honestly. I'm excited for this style of competition. Honestly, they used to do the NLC sort of open qualifier tournaments in the past, and they used to have the old Aurora Cup as well. And it was always a lot of upsets going through in the group stages. A lot of teams that you'd expect to get through really just not making it for some reason. So it's always a fun format to follow, just to see what goes on. And again, there's a lot of spice that comes through in these games a lot of the time, because some teams have very different meta reads, some teams have very standard meta reads. So it's nice to see that clash of styles a lot of the time.
Absolutely. I think we are just waiting on the draft, so hopefully not too much longer of a wait. And yeah, we'll see throughout the day. We'll be following Link's Legacy, so see how they are going to evolve. Unfortunately, we don't get to look through the same lens at all the other teams, but in best of series, you always have the adaptation. But even in best of ones, when you play multiple back-to-back on a single day, I'm looking forward to see how that kind of evolution is going to take place. Yeah.
So when was the last time you were doing the casting then? When was the last series that you were on?
It was LJL of OU 2022 summer. I've been off for a while. I really wasn't planning on doing anything today. It's been a hot minute to say the least. We'll see how it goes.
Well, hopefully we could also get Kaya to spawn in as well. His microphone full boom time before this, so hopefully we'll have a third person returning at least for game 2 or game 3.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, I'm just hoping for fun games. I'm gonna be real. A lot of the time, I have the attitude, okay, let's just see some fun League of Legends, because that's always good. Hopefully the same thing. And yeah, come on teams, get ready. We're all waiting for you. players.
I am also looking through actually the Lazy Life jungle pool, as you said about with the meta, and what I am actually seeing is a lot of Spirit Shogun. Now, this item was really, really buffed in the last couple of patches as well. So I'm actually expecting this to slightly warp some of the meta. Usually you're seeing right now a lot of bruiser top laners that are building this second item or third item. You're seeing stuff like Riven coming into the meta. You're seeing the Camille kind of champions coming back a little bit as well. But in jungle specifically, there's a lot of the Rek'Sai and Jarvan coming through in drafts as well, being paired up with these kind of more engaged compositions from support with Rakans, these kind of champions. So I wonder if they're going to be looking to put a lot of priority on these style of champions. Usually red side likes to have Jarvan on R1, R2 most of the time. So that's something I can actually see maybe as a response into maybe B1 Maokais that a lot of teams like to draft all the time.
That is true. I guess it makes sense if LeBlanc is going to be banned anyways, then, of course you're going to go for those lockdown junglers, because the way I'm thinking is if it slips through, then suddenly, just how slippery LeBlanc can be in those ganks, make these champions useless, but into the Maokai and the others should be pretty good. Whenever like these bruisery jungle champions come back, I'm always looking at what are the 2v2s, especially in the mid lane, seeing if maybe we're going to see some early threat combos with teams trying to, by level 6 try and generate a lead there. So kind of looking forward if we're going to see any elements of that.
Yeah, and there's definitely been the terror of the night terror of the night Renekton in the top lane. This champion has been absolutely broken for so long, and it has been pick ban in most regions as well. So I'm really wondering if they're going to look to put any priority on this champion as well. Oh, there's the Maokai. Tried and tested pick, as I said. It'd be interesting to see if one of the teams look for the Jarvan kind of pick here. This is like the natural counter of Maokai. You can kind of just push through the twisted advance of the Maokai. Oh my god, we go for Lilia and Zeri. Okay.
Yep, I mean, a lot of mobility in the team fights, pretty decent, sustained damage. I mean, is Lilia, I've seen her in the top lane a while ago. Is she definitely a jungle pick? Is there a potential chance of putting her up there? What's the kind of read on this champion right now?
It's more of a kind of jungle pick at this point, typically taken into champions like Sejuani. Now, it would be very interesting to see what blue side does here. Typically, Lilia is very, very bad into these kind of like chaos compositions. They can opt into this on blue side here. A bit more higher range coming through with the Jinx Azir. I really, really like this as a response into the Lilia. Lilia typically likes to have more stability within games. She likes to have a bit more kind of like extended fights all the time. So yeah, I think this is a really, really good opening first three from Lazy and Lights. Let's see what going to be the response now from Gran Turismo on R3.
Yeah, I like this as a response to Zeri as well. Pretty short range in her auto attacks, at least. You do rely on your W to get that range, but there's the Xerath to try and match the poke artillery kind of mage. And you definitely need that, I feel like, on the red side here, because if you're all short range, then you're just going to get poked out of the team fights. I have to fight back.
The only worry that I kind of have here for Red Star right now is there's a lot of champions that are item reliant. They're kind of really looking for this 2 to 3 item power spikes. They don't really have much early game to really punish the Maokai pick. So that is one worry that I have. I think they really need to put priority on something like a Renekton here on 4th pick. They need some form of big AD damage that allows them to just, play for Herald timers at 8 minutes, or just play for countering the Drake stacking by looking for fights on the actual dragon. So we'll see what they go for here. If I'm blue side, I'm always banning Renekton here. I'm never letting this champion through. I said this before. It is an absolute nightmare to deal with. But yeah.
Well, Olaf has been taken off the table. Let's see what the second ban is going to be in the second phase from the red side. I mean, maybe they're setting themselves up for a top line pick. You said if that Renekton goes through, then you would want the best possible matchup. But the Amumu is going to be removed, I assume, from the support position here.
Yeah, it's typically when there's counters into Zeri because the E reduces the amount of damage that each one of her hits does. There's the Renekton ban. Very, very smart to do, especially with the Olaf ban coming through. Olaf is a typical quote-unquote lane counter as well, and also would do very, very well into the Lilia as well, basically stopping her from being able to sleep him. So yeah, these bans make a lot of sense for what they want to go for in the draft here. Gran Turismo, they need some form of AD damage here, like I said, in the top lane. I'm not entirely sure what options they have here. I think, again, like I said, their composition is very reliant on 2-3 items at this point. Rakan goes a bit more into that kind of, we are going to be a scaling composition that's going to be very, very explosive once we get these items. But my question is, how are they going to be able to get through this early game? And is blue side going to be able to actually put the pressure on with Drake stacking in this game? I think they have the tools to do it, but we have to see that from the actual gameplay.
Yeah, let's see what also they finish their draft with, because Maokai, Jinx, Azir, that screams to me like, these champions hit really hard about 4 items into the game. So there might be potentially that mid-game lull. Rel, you mentioned before the game, is a champion that is being seen a lot and provides a lot of that hard engage. I think with Maokai is going to be a pretty big threat to, well, especially Xerath, who is pretty immobile as a champion.
Yeah, I mean, the Maokai ultimate basically gives them a little bit more breathing room to actually get onto the Xerath, because it is quite a large range sort of ability. Rel typically suffers a bit more into this higher range type compositions with the Zeri and Xerath, but as long as they have other forms of lockdown in the composition, it should be completely fine with this champion. So, yeah, I mean, the very, very standard meta picks from blue side here, kind of what I expected from one of the teams. Red side going for a little bit more of the, offense kind of like champions here. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to go for in top lane here, utilizing the R5 counter pick. Yeah, like I said, it needs to be something with AD, something with a little bit more kind of like tankiness maybe here, but a lot of these tanky champions that I was talking about have been banned out here, so maybe we're going to go deep into the champion pools.
All right, let's see. What is it going to be? It's Shen. Okay, so...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not personally a big fan of the Shen 5 here. I think it doesn't really give them everything the rest of the composition kind of needs. It's more AP, so if blue side can really opt into magic resist this game, I think red side is going to be really, really struggling here. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes. Maybe there's a world where the Rakan and Lily can actually use themselves as kind of like basically just bodies to go forward, and have the Shen ultimate then engage with that. That's kind of what I'd assume is the thought process here. We'll have to just see how it goes in the game though.
We will indeed. So yeah, I mean, Shen is I remember back in the day, at least, pretty good duelist. I'm not entirely sure how the matchup into Nares, but it definitely seems like you're trying to play around somewhere else in your carry. I'm not sure if, this is exactly the most power you're going to get in an R5 pick, but also just looking at this composition overall from Gran Turismo, it feels like a lot of the engage pressure is going to be on the Rakan. Sure, if Lilia finds a bowling ball into the sleep somewhere, that can help, but you're just looking at the Rakan to go in with fairly little setup from everyone else at the start.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it's going to be very much on this Rakan to find really good flank opportunities. One of the things that Rakan likes to have in team compositions is some form of other engage, like a tanky champion like a Sejuani, or like an Ornn to pull the trigger with the ultimate. So it is going to be on the Rakan to do a lot of work here in this game. I can't really see it being easy for him, but maybe they can find some crazy flanks, play with the vision control, and kind of get into this team composition quite easily. The Lazy in Life team composition, they like to have champions coming into them. They don't like to be flanked a lot of the time here, so that could also play into the hands of the Rakan for this game. But again, we'll have to see how the game goes. Realistically, blue side, I really expect a lot of Drake stacking here. They have a very, very strong bot lane 2v2. Maokai typically very good at Drake stacking. He can utilize the terrain and the map with the bushes with his E to set up basically like a little fortress around the dragon with saplings. And again, they have very good scaling options with Azir in the mid lane. So if they can really put the pressure on here, I think, for me personally, I'd favour the blue side team composition here, just from execution and how much game options they have. But again, if they can get to these 2-3 item power spikes on red side, they could maybe blow the game open. So
yeah, so I kind of maybe want to go into how they're going to do that, because my first thought, at least in what stands out, is probably going to be that Xerath, Fed Xerath. I'm sure no one needs an introduction to that champion. Is there a way to potentially punish the Azir? I mean, Azir has a fair bit of mobility, and I wouldn't say Lilia Xerath is the strongest kind of just, all-in lock someone down 2v2 duo, especially if you're facing into the Maokai. So is there an angle here or not really?
I mean, ultimately, this entire game is going to be based on how much does Xerath poke down, right? They don't really have much engage options here from Gran Turismo, so they're going to have to utilize that range advantage that they have with the Xerath to start fights by just poking somebody out and then forcing a fight when they go forward. Or, like I said before, with the Rakan, if you can find some form of flank opportunity, Lazy in Life, they don't really have good ways of dealing with that. They only really have the Rel ultimate, but even then, she can't always guarantee lock down the Rakan in the fights here. So it really does depend, I think, on how they play out the fights and how they position. Again, if Gran Turismo is first on to objectives, they're going to find it a lot easier to actually start to fights compared to Lazy in Life. But again, from the early game, if Lazy in Life are actually able to push for the Drake stacking, are able to use their bot lane priority that they have to really just lock down the game and just kind of keep control of it, maybe red side is going to really struggle to get onto objective in the first place. So again, we'll have to see. Realistically, I think this game is on kind of Lazy in Life to take control of and not lose control of the tempo they have. But yeah.
All right, we'll see if they can do it, but I think we're going to throw over to a short break. The game is still going to take about 4 or so minutes, so we will be right back with you. Welcome back into the game. One of the day, Link's Legacy versus Gran Turismo, hitting the Rift finally, and yeah, let's see how this one's gonna go.
Yeah, really excited to see how these team compositions interact with each other. Like I said before, I think Link's Legacy looking for a lot of the streak stacking for this game. Red side, Gran Turismo, more than likely looking for more of these explosive team fights when they get to 1 to 2 items. So we'll have to see how these team compositions end up actually playing versus each other, and the win conditions that these teams actually identify going into these games. So
yep, early just posturing, seeing if there are any invades or anything like that. Pretty standard cover, nothing really too interesting. Rel did recall, probably for the sweeper, I would imagine, after placing that ward in the bot side river, and running down the runes and summoners, nothing too surprising. Both ADCs opting for the cleanse, which makes sense in a game with this much crowd control.
yeah, I mean, one thing I will say is about the Maokai on the Aftershock, meaning that he's probably going to be looking to be more of like a tanky kind of champion this game. Maokai can typically run First Strike as well if they're going to go with more of this AP variant of the champion. So it is interesting to see that coming through. Yeah, rest has been very basic, very normal, I think, in the game. Nothing too crazy here. There is also another thing with the Shen as well with with the Grasp. I have seen some people doing a kind of variant of Spellbook into heavily high range matchups like the Null, because then you can actually use other some of the spells to get on top of him or be able to be more useful in team fights, because it's hard to actually proc this Grasp a lot of the time. But yeah, everything else, like I said, seems pretty standard, very normal, to be honest.
Both junglers starting in the top side, and Miximum is going to go for the Krugs, so most likely full clear, not rushing into the bot lane anytime soon.
Yeah, and there's a way that Marco's pathing in this game very indicative of playing for this Drake stacking, pathing towards bot lane, utilising the bot lane priority that this should generate in this game. This nice little engage from Rel. Won't be anything too crazy though.
Yeah, some damage back and forth, going to force the potion out of perfection, so good job there for Pedersen. And yeah, really just waiting to see when those junglers are going to be hitting their first ganks, what state the lanes are going to be in. We see early pushing from Poison Pedersen, so if that keeps up by the time by the time that baby comes bot lane, we could look for an all-in with the Rel Flash still being on the table.
Very small pathing here from Lilia as well, recognising she does have an opportunity for an invade here. Start up the red buff. Again, if you can just take away a couple of camps on the first clear, it's really, really beneficial. The one thing this will do on the second clear, however, is that means Lilia will have slightly less XP on the second clear to take, whereas Maokai can actually just get all of his smaller camps respawning, essentially. Hopefully no big fight will happen here.
Yep. But I really enjoy how you saw the entirety of Gran Turismo pushing up their lanes, walking into the jungle. You could see Jeppe how also pathing towards the bot side of his lane, the bot lane moving up. So the whole team really working there to make sure that the invade can be successful. And small advantage, 3 buff for the Lilia.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they now react to this invade, whether they're going to play on the same time as they were looking for originally on the second clear for the Dragon. Typically, the way you want to play for Dragon stacking here is going to be doing on second clear 2 more camps as Maokai, your top side Gromp into Wolves, and then looking to start the Dragon before doing your Raptors. That's like the most typical timer for most junglers, so it'll be interesting to see if he does this. It's interesting to see also the bot lane didn't get priority. Typically, Jinx should be able to get priority in this first couple of waves and then not allow that invade to happen. It's one of the reasons why Marco should be pathing to bot lane. That is a painful stop of the bait. Disaster coming through.
Yeah, a lot of time wasted here. We're going to see Miximum be able to clear all of their bot side, and yeah, recall force in the mid lane going to teleport back. Nothing too huge right now, although a small CS advantage being started the way of Toxi. I imagine that will shrink by the time that this wave is going to be picked up.
Yep, kind of a very slow early game, kind of what I expected in this first kind of clear timer. It is interesting to see that Gran Turismo are finding opportunities with this team composition. I was really expecting them to be a lot more slower in the early game with no kind of options to really go for these invades or anything like that, but it seems like they're getting priority given to them in the bot lane to allow them to make these plays, so and it's well played to the Gran Turismo bot lane for generating this pressure and, you know, really putting the pressure on the Maokai in the jungle, allowing the Lilia to invade. So like you're going to be going for the Scuttle Crab as well. Typically you want to be going for these the second clear camps before doing anything else. Scuttle Crab value dropping a lot in the last couple of seasons. I remember the meta we used to have where Skull Crabs are a win or loss of games. Fortunately, we're not in that meta anymore, so very interesting choices from him. Let's get these camps respawning. Bot lane's going to be getting a reset timer on Gran Turismo first. This kind of like thwarts a lot of the plans of blue sides, so I'm interested to see what the response is from Maokai. There's the Zeri. Welcome to the League of Legends, the Zeri moment, skipping half the map over a wall.
I mean, it's a feature, right? Like they have to make the new champions unique.
It is a gameplay design. That's what it is. Yeah.
It is a conscious effort made by 200 collective years of game balances. Attempted all in. I could see the play there, but unfortunately, Toxic does get stunned up before the ult could come out or anything else.
Yeah, really good look at the game. Where you see this 530 wave is typically when your solo lane is going to get level 6, as long as they don't miss any XP. Actually, really, really good to look for that play. I think the intention is very, very good to look for the punish. Just very unfortunate in the execution. So good try at least. They do also end up losing this first dragon as well, which kind of sucks for the blue side composition. But Gran Turismo doing a really good job of actually disrupting this game plan. Really surprised by this.
Yeah, keeping up a CS advantage in the bot lane, and all the other lanes basically kept on a leash, and no ganking opportunities there for Maokai. Hextech Dragon going their way, and now we pan over into the bot lane. We've got flashes on everyone, but that also means the bot lane of Gran Turismo has a way to get out, so pretty unlikely, I think, unless someone overextends.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fighting, or a lot of eye pressure going through onto this bot lane, and this has been really good for the Zeri though. She's getting a lot of farm for free. Again, they kind of get into these almost one item power spikes coming up soon, so they're kind of getting away with this early game for free. Gran Turismo, I think they're in a really happy position right now.
Yeah, because you said that they're looking for those 2 or 3 item power spikes, so if they just keep the game going at the pace that they are, they're going to hit them before the Jinx and the Azir really come online. And that's really all you need to do. Wait for that window, go in really hard, and hopefully win the game before that expires. So we're on track for that.
Really expecting Lazy and Life to at least play for this Herald timer. If nothing else, they should be able to generate priority through top lane with the Gnar into the Shen. Again, not the biggest fan of the Shen into Gnar, but again, the ultimate does have its usage. But they really need to be getting something on the map right now. They need to be putting some form of pressure on the Gran Turismo lineup, and Herald, I think, is going to be that small win condition for them here. Generating a freeze in the bot lane as well. Hopefully we see the Rel looking for a rotation up into mid lane to actually generate pressure for this Herald. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be doing that. They're just going to play for the minion wave and maintaining the freeze.
An annoying thing that Shen provides that the other team always has to deal with is, of course, that ultimate has huge value whenever you're looking for a play, which technically means this Herald should have been easier for Link's Legacy to go for, but now Pedersen is up here. Hoy's just managed to get a recall, is going to walk back into the bot lane, isn't even behind on CS, and it just kind of feels like they're not able to find any windows. Despite the fact that they really... I mean, they've got the tools, you've got the Rel, you've got the Maokai, just kind of need to use them.
Yeah, I mean, Gran Turismo doing a really good job of generating pressure through bot lane. Pedersen's kind of just all over the map right now, making plays whenever he needs to. Well, not even necessarily making plays, just making the threat of plays happening. So he's doing a really, really good job of actually controlling this game and kind of giving Gran Turismo just a free early game, honestly. He's done a lot of work with this, so really well played to him, actually.
They're trying to force off maybe from here. That is going to be a fight. Pedersen caught in the crossfire. Little early damage coming through. Now little hold on the retreat. Hoist coming in from the side. Let's see if we can find the angle. There's the quickness into the double knockup from the grand entrance, and the Hellbars are dropping now. First blood followed by a second one, and Gran Turismo are on the board.
Yeah, finally we get some form of gameplay going on. Gran Turismo, they pick up the Herald. They then end up taking a winning fight. This is a really, really bad place for Link's Legacy to be in. Now we get the Herald usage should be coming through in bot lane, or even they're just going to play for a reset timer and then look to use the Herald timer. This was probably the worst time for blue side to take a fight. They end up dying. It's actually going to be kind of like a snowball effect now from this Herald. So they're in a really, really bad spot here. But Gran Turismo, really good fight they take again. I think this is all on Pedersen doing a lot of work in this early game, finding this good fight, being there for the objectives. He's doing a lot of work this game.
Yeah, right place, right time, great engage on top of that. We have now the first kill on the Zeri, and also both of them went on both the carries. So really everything went, I want to say, as well as it could. I don't think there is much that could have gone worse than what we have just seen.
Yeah, and now we see League of Legends 2023 meta, Static Shiv, every single champion, Zeri coming through now. It just allows her to cheat a lot more waves. The really good thing about what they're doing right now, if she can pair up with the Rakan roams a lot of the time, she can just one-shot the wave with a Static Shiv, move into these mid-lane fights with Pedersen, and look to just play for Drake stacking themselves on red side, or just playing for the second Herald here. So they have a really, really good way to now to progress this game forward by just using that Static Shift power spike that she's gained so early into the game after getting that additional kill and so much CS in the early game. So Gran Turismo in a really, really strong point in this game right now.
Pedersen just keeps on shadowing Baby, making sure Hoyes is going to be safe here, getting one play, maybe the second. I think it's very sketchy. We are not seeing a second play. There's a flash engage. Both sounders forced out from the AD carry of Gran Turismo. They're going to burst down Little Hold. The Arcane Barrage coming through from the other side, and Baby just left on the front line to die together with Nicholas Ult. He's going to the guitar shot, flash away, but the Rocket gets one back, 2-for-1.
Yeah, ultimately a very big fight coming through here. Gran Turismo's bot lane, but basically a 2 versus 3 in the outplay onto the Maokai. Very interesting also to see Maokai's itemization. Not a big fan of that. Usually Barmy Cinder would be there. But it'd be interesting to see how Lily uses this Herald now. Again, when you have this Herald sort of spike on red side, you don't really want to be taking a losing fight as blue side. If you lose the fight, they're going to use Herald. They're going to get 1 million gold from this, and you're going to see this in mid lane where the Zea's forced to a reset time. They're going to use the Herald off the back of that fight. Going to get a lot of gold onto that Xerath, and like we said before, 2-3 item power spikes. That's what the red side composition really wants, and they're getting a lot of gold to get to those spikes right now.
3,000 lead at just 12 minutes, and yeah, let's see when the recalls are going to come through exactly what are the items going to be. As another bit of a skirmish, that is an unfortunate jump to say the least. The follow-up team's coming through. There's the Lilting Lullaby, and that will be the kill. Nixon just catching out the enemy support, not having the greatest game now. Third death in just 12 minutes.
It is a disaster. That is the solo queue special, the W leap into the wall. You hate to see it, honestly. Again, this is just a bad fight taken from the blue side here. That's going to give over the Drake as a result of that, and it just seems like they're just taking bad fight after bad fight after bad fight, misplaying here or there, and it's just giving away the game for free.
Yeah, and this last one even is the least excusable. The first fight, good setup from Pedersen. Second fight, I will hold on that point because it looks like there will be a contest on the Dragon. Maybe the Aftershock has run out. It's going to be a smite fight. Good steal, but I don't think he's going to get away with his life here. You have to imagine the Magai slowly being burned, and it's going to be killed for the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good steal. Honestly, a trade of his life, his thing is completely fine in this position. They shouldn't lose that much more from that, honestly. So it's a good steal from him. Good decision to just go in, flip it. If he gets it, he gets it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Unlucky. But again, works out for him in this time. So yeah, good call from him this time.
Yeah. What I was going to say is that, well, until this steal, Link's Legacy, their fights got progressively less excusable. First, good play from Pedersen, then didn't really respect the Shendel. Okay, I mean, you shouldn't be doing that, but it happened. And then just Little Hold getting caught out in the river. Speaking of Little Hold getting caught out in the river, what's going on over there? Okay, we have a fight on 2 fronts, so I guess let's focus on this one. Perfection, trying to sidestep away from the Xerath ult. Here comes the quickness. Ooh, good work there. Oh my god, he's actually cracked! Just going to sidestep all the crowd control here, and now trying to turn it around. The Ignite is being dropped down, but I don't think that's going to find out. The Rocket is still available. We can see Hoyes blocking it for their support, and is going to be able to take down Perfection, and just like that, Gran Turismo getting a double kill for the AD carry.
Yeah, it started so well for the Jinx, doing so well with their movement to avoid all these millions of skill shots that were going to hit her. And again, Little Holt kind of just over-forcing it a bit too much. Kind of baits them into this 2v2 that they really didn't want to be taking right now. Ends up losing an entire tower for that again. Again, Gran Turismo in a commanding position right now in this game.
I feel so sad for Perfection. I mean, the side steps, they were so good, and it just doesn't matter.
Movement was there. Unfortunately.
I think as someone that I know used to say, it's just a wallet diff at some point.
Yeah, sometimes you're a millionaire, sometimes you're not, so. Interesting to ask, like I said before, Maokai itemization. Oh, the time might fall here actually. Okay, end up getting a tower for free. But Maokai itemization, very interesting to see. Not really sure who's actually been able to use that on. Oh.
Yeah, Low Hold has big dreams. Unfortunately, they're gonna find nothing there.
I think it's really important for Blue Side here just to identify that they can't take these fights. They need to be opting into cross-mapping. You know, look, again, they get the tier 1 top lane tower. Okay, great, we got this in a losing position. Be happy with that. You don't need to go for anything more. You can run towards bottom lane and start to attack that tier 1 tower. The Herald's going to go down no matter what at this point. You should just give it up. Mid lane tower is going to fall because of that. Unlucky, you've kind of opted into that because we are so far ahead, so far behind in gold. We're almost 5k gold at this point. You know, just accept it. Oh,
Leandri's turn is going to be enough. Nope, that was cool. I think in the single digits, the flash going to come out. There's the sleep, and now the potential for the turn around. The Shen flying in through, and this time Little Hulk does get a jump off the wall, but I think the artillery's going to get him.
It's just frustration for Link's Legacy at this point. Again, every single fight seems like they're just trying to overforce, trying to find anything they possibly can do. And like I said, I think they just need to take a step back, think to themselves, okay, well, how do we get gold back into the team? They get the tier 1 bot lane tower, great, this was fine, this is what we needed to get some form of gold back. And then we just throw it away with yet another really bad fight in the mid lane. They need to really slow this game down, not allow Gran Turismo to get even more of a gold lead, and then just be able to try and play for these Drakes and try to contest them if possible. Because again, the Drake control isn't there from either team. You know, it's 1-for-1 at this point. There's no large win condition that's going to hit either team at 20 minutes. So just stalling the game out at this point is going to be their best friend.
I kind of want to see Link's Legacy utilize the Gnar. Because Bust is 50 CS up, got the Triforce, looking for the second item, but you know, you're playing into the Shen, it's tough because Shen is never going to really take you up on the challenge, but it's got the gold lead, put some pressure down on this top lane, and that's potentially a way back into this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially when, like I said before, you know, looking for these Drake pressure points within the game. Now I can push out these side lanes, look to move towards the objective once being able to push out the waves deep. The one thing that Gran Turismo's Shen does have, though, is that ultimate to match into the fights. So what they need to do on blue side is basically bait out a fight, make the Shen use his ultimate, disengage from a fight straight away, basically using the Maokai ultimate to initiate it, because again, Rel is kind of this all-in champion that doesn't have any other options. Once you go in, you go in. And then look to then play for the side lanes yet again. So looking to start a Drake fight just before the Drake comes up, so that Gnar can either just TP towards top lane, force the waves into the tower and then move back down, or kind of just looking to bait the fight out in general and then look to re-engage once that Shen ultimates come through. That's what they really need to be doing here.
Well, the dragon is spawning. You can see Gran Turismo walking in, getting in all the vision. That's the Xerath. All good footwork there from Toxic. Gonna eat the last one, I believe. And Pedersen now on the other side, in with the quickness. Oh, that's an unfortunate whiff, but Pedersen almost kind of read him. I think I saw a flick there walking back just before that ultimate, so good job on that.
Yeah, it's the Azir changes where you can't just scoop people up from behind you with the Azir ultimate coming through. A lot of Azir players hate this change. I think it was very healthy personally. But yeah, again, just being caught out on the bot lane again, no need to be there, just allow the waves to push into you. You're in a losing position, you don't need to be necessarily fighting for anything. This Gnar is doing so much work on the side lane, by the way. I think he's got 3 towers now just from split pushing. So he's getting a ton of gold. It's going to be a big question of how much can he actually do in the team fights, especially when he's getting into this kind of Mega Gnar angle. In the mini form, he's not going to be able to do that much in the team fight, especially versus the Xerath and the Zeri. But if he's able to jump on top of them, there is a will he can turn this game around. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that.
Especially Zeri has got the Anathemas chains you can see in the, well, we could see just a moment ago in the bottom left corner. So yeah, once Hoist is locked down, it's going to be tough. However, you have a cleanse, you have a flash, you have a Shen and a Rakan. It's not going to be necessarily the easiest thing, as the Epiho definitely out of place. Let's see if they can burst him down before the Stage United comes through. The answer is going to be no, as Perfection just dies, and the Epiho comes through, Toxie over the wall, trying to finish off the job. We'll be able to get the kill. That is a 1-for-1 shutdown. By the way, Gran Turismo, here comes Pedersen. The charm, the knock-up, and Hoist goes unstoppable over the wall. Nobody can touch him, and double kill already. Look, triple. Mixum's going to take that. That's a near ace for 1.
Yeah, they're just far too ahead in the gold department right now. I think, honestly, once they get that first kill onto Jepiel, get the Shen ultimate out, don't need to go for any more. You've got that shutdown, you've got that kill that you really desperately need to slow the game down here. And again, it feels like blue side, they just overforce yet again. They're just so desperate to get gold, they just want to make a fight happen no matter the cost. And it's really starting to become a pain for this game, I think. So, but good job from Gran Turismo to really recognise the overextend from blue side, and it's a really clean-cut fight into a Baron. So, pretty well played from them.
Should be a clean one as well, especially with the zoning. Toxie losing dangerous amounts of health. Oh, he's pretty low as well in the Baron pit. Will not die. They'll hold on the side, looking to pick up anyone but Perfection. Toxie, I feel like the helmets are not big enough to fight, and there is the pick. Coming through with the Arcana Pulses. What's going on there? Bust thought that there was going to be a fight here. Committed the teleport as well, and there's nothing to be found. Baron buff for Gran Turismo.
Yeah, Perfection not having the greatest game of his life, just having to deal with Fed Xerath, just one-shotting essentially. Yeah, what a nightmare to be an AD carry this game, honestly. Still only on one item on the Jinx, so far behind compared to the Zeri this game. The question is, how do they get back into the game? Because I'm struggling to find a way that they're going to be able to find it.
I think that there isn't that much, we have to be honest. The way we talked about this game before is we said this is what Gran Turismo have to do if they want to win. They had to disrupt the Drake stacking. They did that. Pedersen was all over the map, denying plays. They are getting 2-3 items. Hoyes is already, Epahal and Maximum probably not that far behind. So this is Gran Turismo playing how we wanted them to play. The game is theirs to lose, and I don't think there is a whole lot that Link's Legacy are able to do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, again, it comes down to can this now use the gold advantage they have, but honestly, compared to the rest of Gran Turismo's team, the gold advantage this now has over Shen, it's kind of non-existent at this point. So,
yeah.
Again, they come to be with around like a 2k gold lead, but is that enough to offset the rest of the 10k that's there? Probably not, at least in my eyes.
Bastard's going to have to play out of their mind to do that, and I'm here for it. I'm here to be proven wrong, but I'm not going to say that they will.
It's interesting to see that Gran Turismo doesn't really get that much out of this Baron usage, so at least the game is kind of going for a little bit longer than, well, in the favour of Link's Legacy. At least it's not over at this point. They do have some good wave clear options with the Azir, with the Jinx rockets as well. Nard does also bring a little bit of wave clear as well with the boomerang throws as well. So we'll just have to see whether or not they can actually turtle for long enough to get back into the game with their, their own 2-3 item power spikes that they're trying so desperately to get at 22 minutes into this game.
Yeah, rotation into the mid lane. I mean, if this game goes long enough, Link's Legacy sure have a way back into it. Let's see how much they will lose on this Baron buff. Mega Gnar from Bust, so that leaves a bit of an opening for Gran Turismo to feel more comfortable, and the Fed Xerath really hitting hard. Just 2 items for now, but once that third one comes through, there's going to be a little solace under this inhibitor turret.
Well, the question is, who's going to be pulling the trigger first, right? The thing is, if blue side pulls the trigger, we see the Shen ultimate immediately is going to come down. They're going to disengage the fight from the Maokai ultimate and then just re-engage with their own Rakan. But Gran Turismo, they don't really need to be doing anything. That's a very big sleep coming through.
That is big indeed, but good interrupt there on the engage. The artillery from afar. Toxie staying alive. Stand United has been used, and Link's Legacy stay alive. Okay, the rocket does deal some damage here, and it's going to be 2 inhibitor turrets, 1 inhibitor, and I think that's it for the Baron buff.
Honestly, compared to how many people got slept there, I think Link's Legacy, they're very happy to survive that. That was potentially game-losing fight there. They did a really good job of disengaging with the Maokai ultimate. Gran Turismo, they will just get the dragon as a consolation prize here. Again, Gran Turismo fully in control still of this game, but blue side, they're hanging on for dear life. They get into this 2-item power spike, the Infinity Edge on the Jinx now. Will she output as much DPS as the Zeri? Probably not right now. But the longer this game goes on, the more that they can potentially look for a comeback here.
Indeed. Dragon taken. Baron in 2 minutes gives a bit of a respite to Link's Legacy. 2 items on their carries. Still, as you said, behind, but the clock is ticking in a very technical sense for Gran Turismo, because they need to finish this game eventually. I think they're nowhere near a point where they have to worry. But yeah, there's a finite number of tries they get. Okay, that is the most copious statement I've ever said, goddamn.
Again, Link's Legacy looking for a way to just contest this Baron. They don't want to just be giving this up for free. Potentially they can maybe look for a pick. We have seen JPO kind of getting caught out of control a couple of times, so maybe they can look for that punish. But again, if he just plays at the back line, should never really be hit by anything. There's a nice little fight happening now. Oh.
Yeah, Blast Cone throwing everyone to the opposite side there. Maybe gonna use the ultimate just to disengage and push coming in from mid lane just before the ban. Looking for perfection. Forces the flash on the Jinx straight into the sleep. Goodbye. Yamaha takes the kill. That's going to be always going goal again in a 3 versus 5. I feel like you can all see where this is going, but let's see if Link's Legacy can put up one last fight. Stand United coming through. That's the Makai cut down. Next to him going cold, and Toxi goes down fast. Meganar hits everyone, but does nothing. That's going to be ace. That's going to be the game. Gran Turismo striking first.
Really well played from Gran Turismo from start to finish, really controlling the game. I think honestly Pedersen doing a really good performance this game on the Rakan. You know, I said in Jump Slate he might have a bit of a struggle getting into some of the fights by himself, but he's done a really good job of just finding his fights that are winning for them, controlling the map, and I think ultimately he's one of the main reasons Gran Turismo gets away with such a strong performance in this game.
Absolutely. 0-0-16. Another shout out to Miximum, of course, 5-0 and 10. Those are just numbers, but if we look back at the early game throughout all of it, it was just those two invading, being in the right places, forcing Link's Legacy to take bad fights, and yeah, eventually your Zera picks up, your Zeri picks up, and you end up running away with the game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think when we look at Link's Legacy, I think going into these other games they're going to be playing, the question is, are they going to learn from the mistakes of this game? Are they going to be able to stop themselves from just taking kind of like random fights that were completely unneeded, or just being able to pull themselves back when they are taking a winning fight and not overextending into these really bad positions? You know, they had a fine composition. I don't think the composition is the issue. It's just, you know, this I don't want to say like solo queue mindset, but it is kind of like a solo queue kind of like team fight thing that they're doing a lot of the time, where it just needs to be one of the teams saying, guys, after this one kill, stop, go back, take a reset, go to an objective, do something like that, because that ultimately was the downfall, I think, of the team fights of this game.
Absolutely. I don't want to single out any players, especially that Lil Holt was playing a rel, so they made engage, and it was probably a team thing where they're saying, okay, we can go for a fight, Lil Holt goes in, and it ends up with the rel dying a lot, and after that you don't really have that much to do. So from the whole team, I want to see, you know, maybe some more restraint, especially when behind, as you said. They just kept going for the fights they had no business in doing, and we'll see. Maybe a change of draft, maybe just a change of playstyle. They've got quite a while until the next game. It's still like, what, 45 minutes until the next one, isn't it? So
something like that, yeah. I mean, I do want to note, like, Gran Turismo, I think they definitely look like one of the stronger teams in this tournament. I think they're definitely, I mean, there's a lot of veteran players there. You know, you've got Mikmo, who used to play in the Prime League Division 2, used to be all over the NLC. You've got Hoyes, who I think was in Division 1 of the NLC as well. Pedersen, recently been playing on teams such as Rate Gaming and Unique in the NLC as well. So, you know, they do have a lot of experience there, a lot of players who've had a lot of competitive success in the past. So, you know, definitely a hard game to go into at the beginning of this day. So hopefully Link's Legacy can bounce back, you know, versus maybe slightly weaker teams in the tournament. But we'll have to see how that goes.
we will have to see indeed, but for now we'll throw it over to the break. We'll see you whenever the next game is going to be ready.
needs braces.
Dental plan.
Lisa needs braces.
Dental plan.
Lisa needs braces.
Dental plan.
Lisa needs braces.
drawn to what we love. Risk the following, who felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
All right, welcome back after the break, everyone. We're now joined by Kaya, who has managed to solve his technical difficulties, and yeah, we're hopefully getting ready for game 2. We're following in Link's Legacy this time against. I forgot. Someone help me.
It's Link's Legacy versus
Lazy Life.
Lazy Life.
There we go. Okay, we got there.
Yeah, I think coming into this game late in life, they've just beaten Unique, right? Was the last game they played?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they played Unique.
Yeah, and then we've just had Gran Turismo versus Link's Legacy, where Link's Legacy had a bit of a rough one. I think is the best way to say it. A bit of some strange fights, and yeah, it was a bit of a. I don't want to say the word stomp because that's a bit harsh, but it was an 18-2 scoreline. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think we can very safely call it a stomp now. Going into the second game of the day, they'll be looking to bounce back. However, how do we feel about their chances? I mean, they're coming off a loss, their opponents are coming off a win, so there's going to be, I guess, that kind of difference in mentality coming into the game at the very least. I
mean, ultimately, bouncing back from such a harsh game is going to be difficult. They are up against a very, very strong team. You have Faleo in the top lane. This guy's an ERL kind of like mainstay, especially in the Balkan League. I always don't know how Edgecan, I think his name is. He's been for God knows how many years at this point, usually hitting high elo in solo queue. He's been the NLC ecosystem for years as well. Ericsson, mainstay Div 1 player in NLC for the last 2-3 years. Used to be in the Nordic Leagues before. You got to see again ERL. Like, this is just a full ERL team, so this is going to be a very, very hard test for them yet again. Kind of, I want to say it's a bit of a group of death, honestly, at this point for them. But yeah, I mean, again, if this is a team to bounce back versus, this is going to be the one to really make a statement to show that, hey, we're here to play. So, it's really important they kind of like put up a good fight this time, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's they've got to try and figure out how they're going to get their wins. Obviously, they're coming up against, as Previa said, probably the strongest team that is in this group, and they're going to be coming off of a lot of confidence by knocking off NLC or ex NLC Div 1 team in Unique. So they're going to have a lot of confidence. So Link's Legacy will really need to kind of figure out how they're going to start improving on their performance and try and pick up maybe 1 or 2 wins somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, even then, 1 or 2 might not really be enough. It is a double round robin, 4 teams. 3 is kind of the safe mark, and even then there's a chance to play tiebreakers. If you're going for 2 wins, the only chance is someone else goes 6-0, and you never want to bet on that. So, we're getting close to the line where no, we're not. It's second game. We're getting to the point where if it's a bad showing, then I'm worried, because then we're looking at the second round robin, and okay, Gran Turismo and Lazy Life are going to be tough matches. So where are you picking up those wins? So I want to see improvement from Link's Legacy at the very least. Make it a close game. Win is obviously preferable, but
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're gonna really struggle, obviously, going into tomorrow if they kind of go in with go into Wednesday, if they're going into it with a 0-3 lineup. That's not going to be good for morale. That's not going to be good for any hopes of making it further in this competition.
Yeah, I think you kind of came back to what I said before. I think Link's Legacy, their biggest weakness right now is that kind of team fight decision making that having a lot of the time in that last game. They were taking some good initiative, they were making some good ideas, at least in the game. It was just they would be a little bit clumsy when it came to the team fighting. They just overextend. They kind of just, maybe it was a little bit lack of focus or something like that, or lack of like just communication in general. So that is the one point that I really, really hope they step up onto, and they realize from the last game, hey, we need to not make these mistakes. And I think once they are able to identify this and fix it as fast as possible, I think then they'll look a lot more competitive in the games. Because I said, like, they're not that bad of a team. They are looking to make proactive fights. They are looking to make these fights that should be working well for them. Playing on, for instance, like the 530 timers, that's something we saw in the last game, just was the execution was slightly off. So, it's not like they're a dead weight team or anything like that at all. It just needs to be a little bit more sharper on the edges.
Absolutely. Hopefully they don't get shut out of the game. That's really the big question, I think, on my mind, is can they go into this match? Can they show what they really have got? Because then we start asking questions. But before that, I would even be happy seeing a similar kind of draft, because I also think that game 1 came down to how they played it, I don't think there was anything necessarily systematically wrong with that.
Yeah, for sure. And it was, drafting a lot more meta picks. That's kind of like normal to do. They had a lot of good options of scaling. It was just basically they shot themselves in the leg before they could even get to their power specs to team composition. That was more of the issue. So I wouldn't really go too drastic with the way that they draft or the way that they kind of like approach the games. It is just ultimately that execution that they need to work on.
Yep, and I think that kind of reiterates into their like communication and everything. We don't know how long these players have had together. We don't really have an idea of when this kind of team was put together. Whereas you look on the flip side, when you look at Gran Turismo or even this Lazy and Life roster, Gran Turismo have had players that have played together. This Lazy and Life roster, pretty much the majority of this roster are playing in the Norwegian kind of new NLC Div 3 system. So they have plenty of time together in terms to gel and everything. So it's going to be a harder feat in this game just because of that differential. But there's always chance they can cause some upsets. Who knows? They might have a comfort pick that they can just kind of fall back onto. Maybe they were going for more meta, and maybe the players weren't as comfortable on certain champs and didn't really know how to kind of utilize them in team fights or something like that. So we might just see a completely 180 turn and go, right, we tried meta and it didn't quite work out versus a stronger team. So let's just go the complete other end and go completely wacky and try and catch some sleeping. So that's where these kind of best of ones kind of do come into play, where you will see teams pull out those kind of more wackier sort of comps or wackier picks, and they do upset some of the more established teams that we have coming through.
Yeah, for sure. And something I kind of see from their solo queue as well, and I noticed this mainly from jungle, he plays a lot of the Hecarim, and the Eddie carry's been playing a lot of the Seraphine in solo queue. So you could actually see something like a big wombo combo teamfight composition coming out from this next game, especially knowing that this team's going to be very difficult to play versus having these compositions that have a lot more kind of like flexibility. If they fall behind by 2-3k gold, they can still out team fight them. They can still come back into the game with just some snapping gauge or something. So that's something I'd be maybe looking for, this kind of like Hecarim, Seraphine, Nautilus kind of 3 compositions from bot side and jungle. But yeah, I think it's definitely an option for them to come in with a bit more of like spice. I think it could be an option.
Absolutely, and something that we picked on last game is that they seem to kind of like the discipline once they are falling behind to know which fights they can go for, which fights they cannot. So one thing they can try in order to fix this is just say, okay, we're going to pick a composition that goes in no matter the circumstance and kind of takes care of it. But I would hopefully still like to see more restraint when necessary. Now we're going to go into the draft, and no real surprise, the blank banned first on blue side.
Yeah, we're seeing the Seraphine as mentioned as one of the big picks for this lineup that Lynx Legacy have. LeBlanc taken away, Tristana, Ivan for the Lynx Legacy. Don't want to be seeing that in any of the hands of the Lazy and Life roster. Got one more ban on red side, and then we'll see what Lynx opt to be one here.
It's interesting to see the LeBlanc ban actually coming through on blue side. This is typically a red side's like R3 ban, essentially. LeBlanc is basically a pick ban sort of thing, so it's interesting to see that maybe Lynx Legacy doesn't actually have that within their pool. Maybe in mid lane they're just not willing to play it, or they don't really see the value of it. So that's maybe something to keep an eye out for the other games as well, to see if they adapt that at all or actually pick up this champion going forward with the tournament. Mavka B1 coming through. This is exactly what they did last game. Again, not too bad on the Maokai. I think his itemization and rune choices were not necessarily the best for the game, but he was not fully AFK or anything like that. He was doing some good things, especially in the game, looking for the 2v2 kills in mid lane on the 530 we spoke about. But ultimately they did fail to kind of capitalize on the main win condition, which was going for the Drake stacking this champion loves to have. So it'd be interesting to see if they are able to adapt the game plan. It could be a rerun of last game.
I mean, different team on the red side, but yeah, it does look like Lily is going to be the pick. We're not going to have an Azir, so it's not going to be a full rerun. That has been banned away, unfortunately. But Lily into the Maokai. It seems like Lazy and Life very happy to run that matchup.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Blue side opts in for, again, something like the Jinx to kind of have this higher range style of composition. Jace, Lilia, this is like your typical, hey, I've got an AD mid laner, hey, I've got an AP jungler. I'm pretty happy with this. I think this is a fine first rotation from Lazy and Life. Jace being a very, very safe champion in the mid lane, very hard to punish a lot of the time. The most typical responses team to go for here is usually something like an Ari. Nivea, okay, bit of a interesting one.
It'll be definitely interesting to see if that. I mean, we are on pro draft, so I can't imagine it's any form of like proxy pick. So this is what I irritated to earlier, that maybe we're starting to see some of the more signature picks for these players come in as the Kai'Sa gets locked in for the bot lane. Yeah, Nivea, very strange. I haven't seen a lot of a Nivea at all recently.
Yeah, I mean, typically I would have gone for something like an Ari here on blue side. I think it's a really, really good pick into both the Lilia and the Jace champions. Ari is typically a counter pick into the Jace because you can just dash forward, charm him, and he can't really do anything about it. She's also very good as a higher range option for dealing with the Lilia, so she can't just consistently hit her Qs. I'm not entirely sure how this Nivea matchup goes into Jace. I will assume it's probably pretty alright in the laning phase. I would be a little bit worried about, how is she able to actually reach Jace into team fights when he goes for the EQ. And again, this Varus opts in for even more high range. So I think Lazy in Life, they're really doing alright in draft right now, especially with this range advantage they should have. They themselves actually should now look for maybe like Drake stacking through having priority in the bot lane with the Varus. It'll be interesting to see whether or not they actually hold support for R5 here, or if they want to just go for something blind, maybe like a Renekton on top lane on 4, which I think is, again, very, very high priority in these drafts and should be really, really pushed for, honestly.
Camille and Brom are going to be the first two bans coming into the second phase, so some support priority there from Link's Legacy. I mean, the thing that his composition lacks is super consistent engage onto the backline. I mean, Maokai with the ultimate, sure, but then Lazy in Life can't just run away, so that's why we see the Ornn here taken away. And yeah, with the Kai'Sa, they're going to need a lot of help to reach those targets.
Yeah, I mean, the Brawn Burn indicates something like a potential Leona pick here coming in on 4-5. The only issue with Leona is it incentivizes a lot of Mercurial Treads to be bought. They could also opt into something like a Rakan as well, but a lot of the big engagers gone. The Nautilus, yeah, they take away the Alistair. I think this is really smart to do, just take away the only other big engage option that isn't available for them. So I think you're opting into something like a Rakan or Leona here, but if Leona's picked, she's going to have not the best time in the world, I think, playing into red side composition here. So it'll be interesting to see how they problem solve this draft right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking Rel is still on the table, right? So then maybe that's going to be picked Olaf. I mean, yeah, sure, if you need to just run out your enemy and not care about the crowd control they throw at you, and does the job pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, Rel is an option here. The only issue with this is being basically counterpicked by Alistair, and again, Rel into essentially triple high range champions is a complete nightmare to play. And you kind of see what happened last game with the Rel, where he would go forward and was kind of just stuck without being able to actually initiate proper fights, and would just be chunked down and just deleted off the map essentially. But I think the Rakan here is a bit more of a sensible option. You already have the engage tools from the Marco Ultimate. You have the Olaf that can kind of run forward with you this time, so you're not just going in by yourself. So I think this is probably the best rotation they could have probably done going into this game. Jax on 5. Everyone loves a bit of Jax meta. Smile. Yeah.
Okay, well, so we've got the compositions overall. I mean, still Lazy in Life having that massive range advantage, Alistar for the engage, and Jax for the split, which it kind of just feels like it's a team composition that is mostly going to play around the Jax, I would imagine. At least that's the vibe, where, the rest of the team is trying to, poke, keep everyone away, and then you have your power point in that side lane.
I mean, typically, Lazy in Life, their job here is just to make sure the Olaf doesn't really snowball out of control. Olaf will be very strong in the early game. Typically, though, with the priority you get from the bot lane with the Varus, the Alistair kind of matches fairly fine into the Rakan. You want to be kind of playing on these kind of bounce backs waves and looking for Drake stacking, especially on red side. You want to be putting this Kai'Sa on a timer. That is kind of your goal with this Varus pick, and that's what the champion is really, really good at doing. It's just getting priority, getting push, being able to first move onto the objectives, and just forcing the game forward. Again, Lazy in Life, very, very big 3-item power spike team composition. And on blue side, it's kind of the same. They do have some more options in the early game, especially with the Olaf, so I expect them to be playing a little bit more for the Herald timings. So hopefully both teams recognize this and play towards the team compositions that we said about. Again, we did say that blue side last game did kind of fail to find those team composition quote unquote win conditions. So it'll be interesting to see if they play heavily for the Herald this game or not.
Yeah, and I think we're just gonna throw it over to a short break. Still no tournament realm, so we'll be back when the match starts, and we'll see if Link's Legacy will be able to come back. And we are back on the Rift, second game of the day. Let's see if Link's Legacy will be able to bounce back, or whether or not they will go 2-0, 0-2. It is not Gran Turismo, it is Lazy in Life that are on the red side, and ooh, spicy.
We're seeing a stack over by the red side's red buff, so anticipating some form of early warding maybe from the blue side. So it's not going to actually equate to anything in terms of vision gain or anything, or even a kill. They might look for a late invade in the top side, but it's just everyone's going to back, and we're just going to presume normal grounds, a couple pings, a couple people seen, and that's about all we're going to get.
Yeah, it's actually been kind of weird. A lot more in meta. There's a lot of teams just grouping up as 5 into these kind of bushes. It is something that's been done a lot more in high-level pro play, more than this kind of fanning out as a 5 across the map. I think it's because people always go typically for these Raptor wards early as a mid laner. So I think the idea is mostly to kind of catch them out and burn a flash, or just chunk them up before the minion wave spawn. So I think that is usually a thing you'll see a lot more in games, to be honest. But yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing a Raptor start for the side of Link's Legacy. Got a blue bot side start for the Lilia on the Lazy and Life side. So we've got opposite sort of ideas of we're going to be pathing towards probably this top side. So expect some fun going on down there later. We said that a lot of prior needs to be put onto this Olaf to snowball in the early game. That's realistically one of the very minute win conditions that Link's Legacy have when you look at the side of Lazy and Life's comp that they've put together for themselves.
I think it's really smart from the Lilia to be bathing towards top side as well here, kind of recognising, well, one of the only options that we have for losing this lane is basically getting Dove for free versus the Olaf, because Olaf, again, very strong in the early game, doesn't engage in the bot lane. But really smart from the Lilia, just to match what the Maokai wants to be doing in this game.
That's an Ignite.
Yeah, they're being traded. A lot of damage going on to Little Hold. One more to attack, but the Ignite has timed out, and yeah, it's going to hop away to safety.
Yeah, we're seeing the Maokai is here as well. He's just finished up doing his red and his Krug, so he is here first. Lilia obviously gone to the top side, so we can see an engage here. The Alistair will do his job, and a lot of damage, a lot of hurt, but first blood has been secured by the Olaf.
Why is Shax there? Like, come on.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Action all across the map. I mean, it's going to be a solo kill on the top lane.
Instant replay. And yeah, it looks like it was a stun. Probably goes for Ignite at some point soon. I know when you skip around, the timers are sometimes bugged. That's the only way I can see this happen. Is like tries to go for the Ignite and
Ooh.
Yeah, just to miss out on the lethal, that's the main thing, just not understanding of the matchup. It's really important to note though also that bot lane play, that is a massive implication to the game now. Lilia should be very, very far ahead of this Maokai, should be able to get his jungle camps. The Jax matchup, really happy. The Olaf matchup, really happy with that solo kill as well. So that's part of the win condition that we kind of said about in the early game for the Olaf, just to get ahead and kind of have a bit more control over the Herald. But the question is again, this bot lane play, like, what are they doing again? We saw it from last game, I said this as well, where they go for these very random plays that make no real sense, and they kind of overforce and lose a lot for it. It seems like they're doing the same this game as well.
Kind of not respecting Sim's ability as the Alistar to disengage any play, and
I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, Toxie is moving up. Baby is getting pretty low though. I see no mana on that Jace, but does he have enough damage? That's going to be flash on the wall. Follow through from Deletus. Follow through as well. Everyone's burning flash, but Deletus gets the kill.
Yeah, very strange. Just as Provius was talking about very strange decision makings and everything, he knows that his Olaf has just backed in base and is coming back onto the map. Obviously, the Anivia's taken a pretty bad trade there from Jace as well. So, I mean, both are going to be able to move at the very same time. But obviously, the Jace has the advantage there with the amount of poke he's able to dish out. And then he just fully commits on the Lilia, who he has no chance of ever really one-shotting in these early stages. And it's just, it's very questionable, and now this Lilia is going to be even more ahead.
Yeah, and it ultimately comes back to what I said before, just slow the game down. You don't need to make these big explosive fights happen in the early game. That's not what your team composition wants. You want to be getting, again, to item power spikes, play through the Olaf lane, not away from him. And it feels like, again, it's just a fundamental, just, misplay of how the composition wants to function.
Yeah, Maokai is returned back to the bot lane. Doesn't look like he's going to get anything. He is fully on vision. They understand exactly where he is.
No hope going to get knocked up. Goes for the grand entrance. Trying to isolate the leaders. That's good damage, but nothing in the lethal range just yet. And kind of just feels forced. Like Baby wants to push this wave out in the bottom, but I don't think there is an angle for a play here.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, they just want to get the push in of the wave so it doesn't get frozen here, get the resource to the Kaisers, and they can actually generate some sort of tempo. This could also be really good for Drake stacking out after this, as they will have first move. But they're jailed for some reason. This is a bit of an interesting state to be in, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh no.
It's a double slow with the swirl seed, and Hold gonna jump away. They're trying to turn onto the battle.
God.
Lots of damage. That's going to be a 1-for-1. Maybe getting low Sin as well. Perfection. Trying to see if they can find any more auto attacks here on this Kaiser, but it's just not looking too good. That's the headbutt Pulverize going in, and Perfection gets the leaders.
I mean, I think that whole play, I was just waiting for it to go really bad for Link's Legacy there. I mean, it was a very questionable overstay for obviously the Maokai to be there. We knew that Lilia was in the area. Lazy and Life there just think that they can make the play, and it looked really good for the initial engage, but I guess the damage just wasn't quite there in terms of being able to kill the Kaiser, and the Kaiser is able to kite really, really well in order to get the damage out and obviously get the kills returned. But it's one of those where I think it kind of was a decent enough play for Link's Legacy, but it could have gone really bad.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's something we saw from last game and going into this game. I feel like Perfection kind of seems like the standout player for Link's Legacy. I'm not going to lie, this guy is doing some really, really good stuff in both games now. So this is a player to watch, I think, for this team.
Absolutely, 1-0-1 now as well. Struggling in CS department, but let's be real, the sequence of plays made in the bot lane kind of doesn't leave me surprised at that result. So my eyes definitely on this Kaiser, especially once we're hitting 1-2 items, seeing what they're able to do. And for the time being, resets being taken. What are we looking at? The first dragon is up. Is it likely for any of these teams to set their sights here anytime soon?
I mean, ultimately, Link's Legacy, they should be really playing for this Herald, honestly. I think going for the Dragon here is just a bad timing for them. They want to be utilising the Olaf ultimates and the pressure now that at least, well, Maokai should be. But I am saying that Maokai is still level 4, actually, at 8 minutes. So that's probably going to be a bit of a harder thing to play for, but utilising that Olaf ultimate, he should be able to 1v2 essentially versus this top side of Lazy and Life. But honestly, well, I'm saying that, but maybe they're going to make a proactive play on Lazy and Life.
Yeah, Dust in the bot lane here. Gonna pop the Ragnarok, tries to flash in, looking for any kind of turnaround, but no, just clean dive.
Yeah, it's just really good from Lazy and Life to recognise that they haven't set up for the Herald yet. They're going to make the proactive play to take him out before they even want to start the Herald up. Really, really well done from them to stop that potential win condition. Now they can go do the Herald themselves. They can go take the Drake. They have kind of options for anything they want to here. So really well played for them to be proactive in this way.
Yeah, I mean, looking just in the CS department overall, you're seeing leads in pretty much every single department for this Lazy and Life team. They've not really forced any proactive plays. They've been really good in their own lanes, accrued in their own lead. The Lilia's been fantastic at punishing the position and the kind of where the Maokai's been pathing to. He's kind of wasted quite a lot of his time. As you said in that play, he had only just turned level 5, so Lilia was able to get a bit of vision in the top side, is going to be able to steal this blue buff, but then he was able to make a proactive play on the top side where we said Link's Legacy had to be the strongest, and they had the upper hand, but now this Jax is probably even just ahead at this stage.
Yeah, I think also with that combat summoner of the Ignite as well, it will probably tip it even more in favour of the Jax, just to cut down the healing of the Olaf, which is one of the reasons why the Olaf is so strong in the game. I feel like they can still potentially make some plays if they can get the Rakan moving up onto the top side of the map, but ultimately Link's Legacy, they're kind of just holding on for dear life at this point, trying to get back into the game. If they can get the Maokai ultimate, maybe they can start making plays as well, but ultimately they need to get this level 6 on the Maokai before they can play the game again.
Yeah,
Such horrible lane state in top lane as well.
Yeah, the Leaders is just taking all the camps. I mean, how is Baby going to try and get level 6? I mean, one way is go for the top lane play. Falio, no flash on this Jax. Going to immediately go for the root counter strike. Oh my god, he's going to keep your up. It's a disaster. Baby has to run away with the tail between his legs.
Oh, that is so sad for the Olaf. He's obviously called a play. He's obviously turned around to his jungler and said, "I really need help. I cannot step up to this wave. I cannot do anything in this lane." Jungler's gone, "Don't worry, mate. I can come and help. I'm just gonna flash onto him," and just sends the Jax into the Olaf. That's just a one shot. That's a 2-1 Jax with a massive CS lead. Gonna get a back now, and then he's gonna just come back into the top lane. I mean, already a 1k gold lead in the top lane, and that's not even accruing all the rest of the gold leads that this Lazy in Life roster has gained for themselves.
I mean, the one good thing about the Lazy in Life roster is they do have this Anivia that can deal with the Jackson side lane. Not necessarily the best person to go into him, but she can just farm and wave clear and not allow him just to take towers straight away. So at least they do have that for the mid to late game to keep stalling out the game. But you really, really hate to see this Olaf being this far behind when they should have been, played around a lot more near the game and being able to, play for the heralds, etc. that I spoke about from before.
Yeah, it seemed very much more like a panic play, as you're saying. You really needed to wait for the Maokai 6 there for any opportunity to actually kill that Jax. It just was probably one of those where the top lane is just panicking, sees no way in this lane. But we are seeing a sort of fight around this mid lane and the dragon that has spawned.
Yeah, focused onto NLC, Ignite is down, but no way to reposition again. Killer Instinct was already thrown out now. Then it's a lot of cooldowns for a Jason still alive. Signal double knock up into the Chains of Corruption. The piercing arrow down. Little Hold still alive. Toxie going to be able to get the first kill of the fight on the backside. Sleep connecting onto Perfection. Going to be cleansed away, and Baby waiting in the wings, looking for Portuguese Gal. Maybe no, but the Ghost going to get the virus out to safety.
Yeah, so yeah, so big thing out of that is that the Jace did actually go down at the end of that kind of play that they made on mid, but they did expend a lot, and they just catch the Alistair overstaying, trying to clear some vision out there, and he's got no actual right to be able to do that when he knows that the full Lynx Legacy roster will be in the area. So as we were just praising this Lazy in Life roster, they just kind of give away 2 kills to Lynx Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, Lazy in Life, they had a really, really good opportunity there just to do the dragon, kind of reset the map state, and just go back to the lanes, take a reset timers, or just push waves. They kind of overextend and force too much there and give over quite a lot of gold to Link's Legacy. So, again, both teams overplaying fights sometimes, being a little bit too forceful of the map states. But again, Lazy in Life, I think they're in a pretty happy spot right now.
Yeah.
I will just add that Perfection 2-0 and 2 and that 1 kill going on to Toxie. So the gold is moving into the places we want to see for Link's Legacy. Still 2,000 gold behind overall, but once this Kaiser gets closer to the second item, I mean, Perfection has been playing well all throughout today, as we have mentioned, and now they're going to try something with the Nation's Grasp, forcing the flash away. That's going to be it. Little Hold. Going to use the Grand Exit.
Yep, definitely playing by a nice edge there is the Rakan from our Link's Legacy, and it doesn't seem like the play is over. Maokai ult is obviously down, so a lot of the CC is there, but a TP being expended. This is going to be the Anivia teleporting in. And he has a chance to cut off Lazy Life, and that's lovely from Perfection. Lovely bit of damage there.
Yeah, the blast from the side from Ericsson not doing enough, and it's another kill on the Kaiser. I mean, if you keep doing this, if you're Lazy in Life, then soon enough you're no longer going to be in a winning position. In fact, I think the only reason this 2v2 ball lane is going to go their way at Perfection of Extents is the health parts. Sim gonna Hex Flash. Why would you walk in? I guess they're trying to best out Portuguese Gala, little mana, no ult. Makes sense, but Sim playing good bodyguard.
Interesting itemization also from the Kaiser hits him, the Umbral Glaive coming through. I know some of the builds that people have been doing is the Duskblade of Draktar. I think that's one of the big things people have been building recently, and there's a few still of the AP builds. So I wonder what the thought process is with going the Umbral Glaive here. There is the Duskblade, so he's going to be going the Lethality Kaiser.
indeed. A lot of lethality in this game in general. You look at the other side, you have, I mean, Jace, Varus makes sense to build this, but these games are very prone to snowballing. And whereas I might be tempted to say, okay, Lazy and Live, they've got the goldie, they are the ones on their head, this is going to go in their favor, it's not actually their assassins that have the gold sitting on them. If anything, it's perfection. So if we're going to have a fight where both side is mostly involved, it's going to go in their favor. As Falio going to get called out. Sim on the side, finding knockup only onto one. Baby on the front line, going to get slowly cut down. You have to imagine, but no. The flash to get away to safety. It is a 5 versus 4, as Bust is nowhere near there, so the Herald should go. The way of Lazy and Life, you have to imagine.
Yeah, a bit of a.
Oh my way! Oh my god, perfection! You cannot do that to them.
This guy is putting the Lynx Legacy lineup on his back for this game. He has been definitely a standout player for the majority. Rakan will even be able to just kind of like W in, take the eye, and then kind of just skate on out right in front of the faces of the Lazy and Life roster. That's got to be hurtful. They did an amazing thing there to be able to secure it. They obviously rotated enough people above, and they're going to make a play on the top side is Lynx Legacy, and that's another kill donated over to this Kaiser.
Power gold as well.
I think Perfection might hate losing between us guys. I mean, ultimately, at the start of that fight, it looked kind of like Link's Legacy were in a losing position. You know, they had the split push of the Olaf on the bot side. It seemed like the Hellfight overall was not really in their favor. They were just kind of dancing around trying to fish for something. But yeah, I mean, that steal from Kaiser is so massive in this game. It took so much wind out the sail of Lazy and Life here. And it gave time for Olaf to get into the game again, looking for that one item power spike. Again, Perfection, so much gold from these plays. So honestly, the game not looking as bad as it was before for Link's Legacy.
Yeah, and we kind of didn't point this out, but it was the first tower. No turrets were taken until this one with Herald in the top lane, so even more gold going the way of Link's Legacy. Basically even at this point, I mean 500 or 300 or thereabouts. It's not too much. Okay, Perfection was unstoppable. There we go, that's the gold he's gone.
Yeah, Perfection is refusing to lose 2 games. He is. Do not worry, boys. I am going to make sure that we get a win this game. He has definitely been on point, and he definitely looks like the bright, shining star for this roster. It's going to take a lot for him to be able to do. Obviously, this Jax is still very strong, and they don't quite have the ability to match him on the side lane. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this kind of game develops once we get into the very later stages. Jax gets a couple more items. Olaf can, but the early stages kind of gave us a glimmer into what this Jax Olaf matchup can look like if the Olaf hasn't been given the resources in the early game.
I mean, you put the emphasis on the Jax pressure. The main thing for me, this Kai'Sa, I think, should not be dying in teamfights versus that Jax. She's got so much kind of coverage in teamfights to stop it from being just one shot. You've got the Rakan ultimate, you've got the Anivia ultimate as well, that gives so much slow and so much space as well. The Maokai ultimate. It's going to be a hard time for that Jax to actually find the backline access that, you know, we kind of want him to, he needs to be finding.
Pings down onto the leaders, but Lilia is a very fast and slippery champion, so nothing will happen there. Falio gets a free tower in the bot lane. Currently no neutral objectives to be playing around, and we see Link's Legacy kind of wishy-washy, trying to move around the map but not connecting with much.
Yeah. I mean, this is where we're going to be getting of their later game decision making and stuff, but we're going to see a play in the bot lane.
Indeed, not sure where that Prayseeker was going, but it doesn't matter. Perfection going to pick up the kill. 1 for 180 carry for support. Ericsson coming in on the Jace, looking for the first down on the Perfection, and here comes Falio, shut down found, and do Link Legacy have enough fuel in the tank left to burn in this team fight? Ericsson going to get stunned up, taken down by Toxie. 2 for 2. Seems like they're going to maybe save this. The leaders going for the flash sleep. Onto the Anivia. Here comes Sim! Double knockup. The egg going to come down. The Tara taken down, and the mid laner left to dry. And another one with the ignite. Suddenly that's a 4 for 2, and maybe even. Okay, no, this Tara isn't in trouble, but Lazy and Life turning it around.
So a massive shutdown going on to the Jax from the Kai'Sa death there as well. I think ultimately Lazy and Life, they're playing very well with the side lane pressure the Jax is creating, and Link's Legacy For me, they need to be fighting on objectives. They cannot be fighting in mid lane for fun over vision control or for no reason. That's what I feel like is happening right now. But they need to be fighting over these Drakes. They need to be fighting over these Heralds or this Baron control that they want to have. That is ultimately where they'll be winning the fights themselves if they can get into the objective first and make red side just engage onto them. But they're taking these very random fights for zero reason that we kind of said about was the big issue of last game. So, yeah.
Yeah, really hard. As we were saying, it's going to be, as you were pointing out, it's going to be really hard for this Jax to get on top of the Kai'Sa. In that team fight, he had lovely access to be able to get his damage out on the Kai'Sa, and then he was able to transition that into 2 more kills. So this Jax has just picked up a lovely amount of gold, takes the bot lane turret, then just rotates up into mid, takes 3 kills, and then is able to back. And he is massive in this game.
I mean, I will say, you might say, well, Jax is really far ahead, but it is an entire Spear of Shojin over the Olaf, and this item, it is not fair. That's the only way I can describe it. It is the most broken item in the game right now, so he is an absolute monster on sides lanes right now.
Yeah, and here's the problem, because are you going to try and attack the Jax, or are you going to try and attack the rest of Lazy and Live? Because the approach to initiating teamfights that we've seen from Link's Legacy is not the cleanest. I mean, we've seen that last game, we are starting to see it in this mid-game as well. 3rd item completed on perfection, so maybe that is going to be enough to push them over the edge, but you're getting to the point where you're going to have to rely on engaging, and that has not been the strong side of Link's Legacy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ultimately, Lazy Knife, they just want to play through the side lanes. Like I said, just try to make 2 people go to the side lane. This might be a Baron start, actually. But ultimately, this Jax needs to be creating pressure on side lane. If he can pull 2 or 3 people to side lane, then Lazy Life can just start at the Barons themselves. Seems like this will just be a fake start, trying to get some form of like movement from the Jax from bot lane, so Olaf can just farm. Ultimately, the Olaf just needs to be farming and running to the objective, or just putting the Anivia on side lane and try and matching with TP. But yeah, it seems like there's going to be a trade here.
Yep, they're looking for the trade, but Lazy Life have got people. Oh my god!
Well, that happened.
There's a killer instinct. Perfection again, not wanting to lose.
Seems like just picking mid lane. Beautifully found there, and yeah, before anyone could do anything else, it's the item Kai'Sa. Kind of does that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just poor from the Varus this game. We should never be in that position again. Like, they want to be playing with the side lane pressure. They don't want to be just starting like a 1 versus 1 as a Varus into Kai'Sa, especially with the Kai'Sa being this fed, so...
This is Baron.
Unless the leaders goes into the pit over the wall, going to steal the Baron, absolutely huge, but maybe still staying alive, is going to finally fall down. Baron buff lost 2 kills in return, but huge play from the leaders.
Yeah, that's really quite rough for Link's Legacy. They actually played that pretty well in the decision making. Jax doesn't have teleport, and neither does Olaf, and Olaf was there to make the play happen as well. They will pick up a couple of kills, but I mean the Baron buff is sat on the 2 solo laners, so Jax and Jace both have this still. None of the rest of the roster will have, but they'll claim a bounty in the top, but that mid tier 2 will be going down.
Yeah, and I mean, again, they get the pick onto the Varus. They should be really happy with that. They don't need to, they don't need to force anything. They basically go for a 50-50 flip on the Baron. I don't think they need to do that. They just need to play the game slower, play more with your Kai'Sa. Your Kai'Sa is so strong right now. Don't flip the game on its head. But they decide to do it anyway, so...
Live and die by the coin flip.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately the coin doesn't land the right way around. Yeah, it's going to put a damper on things for Link's Legacy. We thought that maybe after this pick they will be finally able to break through, but no, it's going to be so many towers now falling in favor of Lazy and Live. That's at least the second one since the Baron buff started. They're looking for a pick onto Ericsson. Let's see if they're going to be able to do that. No, flash over the wall.
Yep, he's out of there.
That is flash gone, but the main thing... Oh,
I mean,
little hole deleted.
Try to go in with the oldest as much as I can gather from the cooldowns, and that's about it. Alright, Perfection gonna wait out the counter-strike, forces Fallow to use the stopwatch. Another one comes through though, that's the stun! The crowd control, it is so massive. Duskblade almost saving Perfection there, but unfortunately times out eventually, and that's going to be the route. Dust go down, and it all falls apart.
Yeah, overforce on the top side. They get the kill on the Jace finally at the end of the, but you've lost so much in the top lane. The Kaiser's down, the Olaf's down, tier 2, tier 3, Inhib's now exposed. It's not going to take Lazy in Life much to do it. They still have the Baron buff on the Jax, who just doesn't look like he's going to die at any time soon. We'll burn the stopwatch in that, and he just survives to terrorize them some more.
Ultimately, though, the next big objective is going to be this Drake Soul. One thing we'll have to be noticing is the lack of flashes on Lazy in Life, right? This is going to give the Kai'Sa a lot of breathing room in the next fight, and I think this will probably be a game-deciding fight coming up now. I think Kai'Sa can honestly wipe up the entire fight if nobody gets on top of her, if they actually are able to peel her properly. You know, there is a world they can still win this. But again, Lazy in Life doing a really good job of just punishing blue side's composition whenever they overstep.
1000 gold left for the death cap on the Kai'Sa as well. I don't know if it's likely that Perfection's going to be able to get it before the Dragon starts. But it is something to watch out for, because then you can poke with your W, of course, and it is going to hurt a decent amount. Lazy in Life moving into the bot side jungle, sweeping out the division. Little Hold going to have a pretty difficult time to get it back without the help of their team. Dust, please don't get caught out here. Okay, I mean that is certainly damage.
The Lydia is stuck here, which is quite funny. They are going to be able to make some form of a pay. The Rakan ult has been used, and it's going to equate to 0.
Another
the good thing of this fight, at least, is early enough that it shouldn't have too much of an impact onto the Dragon. But again, they are struggling to be able to even get into this bot side of the jungle.
You say that, but Link's Legacy want to completely make your point irrelevant, as they're just looking for fights again and again and again. We'll be able to stop the back there, but yeah, thank God they didn't fight there.
Yeah, and ultimately, like I said before, it's going to come down to this Drake fight now. Lazy in Life, they give up the position of the bot side jungle, so this will now allow Link's Legacy to actually walk in for free. Question is, whoever's going to take control over this Drake area might have a massive control over it, and it'll be very hard for the other team to enter for free.
Teleport in from Ericssine, trying to grow up for the Dragon. Hey, starts over the wall from Sim, looking for a knockup, only finds a baby. Praseeker connects onto the leaders. We'll see if that Kai'Sa poke amounts to anything at all. Falio burning the counter strike, finds nothing. The poke keeps coming in.
Yep, these W's are starting to sting Lazy in Life. Toxic wants to back here, he does have TP, but the Dragon is already under half HP.
No, Little Hall just goes in, completely separate from the rest of his team, and now the fight is a 4v5, making it a 4v3, and it's a full retreat from Lazy Life. Really good wall by Toxic, but unfortunately does not save his jungler. 3 kills, Ocean Soul, Lazy Life, they get everything they could ever want.
Ooh.
It's stopwatch, yeah. Still blocking.
Yeah, and it's just a really big disconnect between the Rakan and the rest of the team. He goes forward by himself, leaving the Kai'Sa kind of just allowed to be jumped on by Jax, so she can never step up there. And I think, again, it's just a poorly played team fight, not allowing the Kai'Sa to actually play the game. She is the strongest member here, and it feels like they're playing without her rather than with her.
Yeah, I think there were definitely some steps missed out there in terms of Link's Legacy. You got to the kind of river first, and we haven't really talked too much about vision, but I really don't think that there was much in the way of like a plan for what they wanted to achieve in that area. Where were your battle lines? Where did you want to have your vision? Where are you kind of saying we're fighting here, or how we're going to fight into this team? As we've said throughout this game, you've got to fed Kai'Sa right. How do we enable our Kai'Sa to get the damage out without her being jumped on by the Jacks? What can we do? I just don't feel like there's any of those sort of conversations happening within the game. I think it's just a lot of heat of the moment, very not emotional, but a lot of like, we're doing it now. It doesn't seem like there's much of a plan in place.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, looking at this now, this game state, there is a Drake soul that's gone over. So in the poke battle, you're expecting Lazy in Life to be winning this, especially with that soul of the water Drake, well, ocean Drake, sorry. But again, a lot of the fights have been very snap engaging, right? There's been a lot of just go buttons just being used, and you know, this Drake soul isn't that useful for that. So maybe it won't be actually a game deciding, you know, decision that happened there. Ultimately, I think we might come down to an Herald fight here. Sorry, Elder fight. Oh, big ultimates used.
There was an attempt made, and they're going to trade the inhibitor turret for it. The rest of Link's Legacy now rotating upwards. No Nature's Grasp. Riddlehold has still got it. Quickness Perfection!
Oh my God.
Going right in the middle!
No.
Gets the shutdown on the enemy AD carry. Really well played, but now can Link's Legacy win the rest of the fight? Falio is on the flank from the bot side. You have to be careful not to overextend. A little hold is going to get picked off. Eriksen on the killing spree. Fast going to get put to sleep together with Baby. The Maokai getting cut down. The leaders going forward yet again, and Perfection has come back from the base. We'll be able to get one back, but it is the 2 carries against 3 with the Baron Bar. Health bars are low, and Link's Legacy, they're gonna need a one hell of a miracle. They maybe have damage with no Falio, gonna pop up the counter strike. The Nexus is going to open. Falio goes back in. Going to use the Zonius, but the Nexus going down. Now is the shutdown? Yep, nope, gonna be the game. I was holding my breath though.
Yeah, I mean, Perfection there really did not want to lose throughout the whole of the game. We were highlighting what an amazing sort of sequence of plays he was able to make in that, but it sadly was not enough for Link's Legacy to be able to pull out the win there. All in all, Lazy in Life, it was relatively controlled, but there were definitely moments there where I think they could definitely clean up on or tighten up on certain areas. Link's Legacy had their win conditions. It wasn't like the first game where you really struggled to see how they could win the game. There were fights that they could have taken better. There were definitely ways that they could have played around the map a lot better. But obviously, sadly for them, that does mean that they'll be now sitting at 0-2 going into the last game tonight. Have they really got enough time to be able to correct all of these mistakes that we're seeing from them, and they're consistent mistakes as well?
I mean, ultimately, I think it's not that hard to deal with that mistake. I mean, Perfection is obviously playing out of his mind. He's been one of the better performing AD carries out of this group. He's putting on consistently good performances so far in these last 2 games, and is consistent in team fights as well. But ultimately, there's like a disconnect between him and the rest of the team where others don't realize, hey, just cover this guy, allow him to do damage. And you saw it in that last team fight as well, where he jumps in, gets this amazing pick off onto the Varus. His execution of plays is really good, and then the rest of the team decides we're going to fight as my Kai'Sa's taking a reset, and it's all about take the play, take a breather, take a reset. That's all you have to do to be able to stop this being an issue for a long term. And the question is, are they going to get it done? Maybe, maybe not. It's not that difficult to fix it, so we'll have to see in game 3.
We will indeed, and I think we're just going to throw it over to a break. Until then, honestly, let's see if Link's Legacy can avoid a disaster 0-3. It got better. Just one more step to hopefully winning the game. Hello and welcome back after the break. I am just joined by Kai now. Previous, unfortunately, had to go, but we are going into the last game of the day. Link's Legacy versus Unique. Link's Legacy 0-2 down, but there were improvements last game.
Yeah, I mean, if we're comparing the performances from their game 1 versus Gran Turismo to their game 2, there's definitely areas that they definitely improved, but still some of the same kind of things that we had mentioned from game 1 transitioning into game 2. So we're going to have to see if they've learned anything within the hour and a half that we've had. But as you can see, we are straight into draft. We have still got the ghost of Previous
Indeed,
blessing us
right
blessing
there.
us here with his presence. But B1 Yasuo, that's brand new, but it is composites, so
Yeah,
that doesn't really surprise me too much. Composites is a very, very proficient Yasuo player. Obviously, I think he played for ESP in NLC Div 2 this summer split, so obviously a player very known in the NLC kind of system. Responded by the Anivia that we saw Link's Legacy pull out last game.
yeah. I also did appreciate this set, however. I was like, hold on, is this? And it's like, oh yeah, it's just composites. Just plays all sorts of like solo Q-esque
Yes.
champions. But yeah, Anivia, Kai'Sa, I don't hate this. I mean, especially Kai'Sa on perfection. Look
Yep.
good. Just straight up look good. Anivia didn't really have like space to shine, in my opinion. Into Yasuo, I would imagine it's going to be easier because you're not getting outranged nearly as much as by the Jace.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's gonna definitely be one of those where he doesn't have to think about too many poke champs as well. They don't quite have the virus yet. They don't have the Jace, as you said. Olaf as well. He can't really run through the brick wall, so Anivia does have that to kind of slow the progression of the Olaf. But the Kai'Sa pick going to be answered by the Xayah.
I mean, this one seems to go a very, very far back. I remember even, like, I don't know, like 3 years ago, you'd see Kai'Sa Xayah. It just tends to be pretty standard with the Xayah having the extra safety with her ultimate, so you can't go for those kill lanes as easily, or if you do, then you really have to capitalize before that level 6 is going to hit. The question remains, what are Lynx going to pick here? Are they going to match the top lane, or maybe the jungle even? Jarvan's going to be locked in.
Jarvan locked in for the side of Lynx. Olaf's a very interesting one because I remember from the Venom Crest unique stuff that we were looking at when we were kind of when we were doing our research into unique. We saw that Akko was actually playing quite a lot of Olaf in solo queue. He didn't pull it out in any of those series. It was definitely one that we were aware of. So I'm assuming it's going to go into his hands. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does on the Olaf pick, as he is predominantly very much a tank player. So he loves his like Orns, his Gragas's. He played a bit of Poppy as well versus us. But as you can see, we've got our jungle picks, so obviously prioritizing Jarvan on the side of Lynx. A couple of other bans, so Diana and Gragas coming out from Lynx. So obviously trying to, they're targeting that old Yasuo Diana kind of combination that we saw what feels like patches ago.
Yeah, the Jax ban as well. I mean, we saw that matchup go really quite horribly bad for Link's Legacy last game, and this time Unique not letting them pick that one up. What are we going to see here? I would expect the support. Alistar was banned away. You can still go for something like Rakan if you want that engage. Really, I don't think Rel is bad here. Still on the table.
It's still on the table, but it looks like we will see the ants into the top side. So we Darius, obviously, they do know that Olaf is going to the top lane, so they're going to give themselves a decent matchup there. So they're going to save counter pick for the support. So we'll have to see what Unique want to kind of round out their draft with. We're looking for a jungle and a support here, so they might be picking up the Rel. Could be a support Nico, potentially. Yeah, you were saying about the Rakan for the side of Link's Legacy, but they will take that. So the Lovers duo in the bot lane for Unique. I mean, a duo that's is known for survived the trials of time. You can't really get into a meta where you have Kai'Sa without seeing Xayah Rakan. Rakan's been one of the A-list supports for ages, what seems like. Hasn't really received any targets, but we're going to see the Maokai. So one that Link's Legacy have been prioritizing massively on blue side. This time Unique will pick it up.
But also there isn't that much AP damage on the side of Unique. You've got
Mm.
Maokai, Rakan. I don't know if you're even counting him as damage. I guess early on in the game there's some base damage. But yeah, it's really only Maokai they're able to dish out any AP damage. So we'll see what the support pick is going to be. If it's anything tanky that could provide some trouble. I mean, already
Ooh,
that's not something I've
nice.
seen. Yeah, it is Lissandra support, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It should realistically, be Lissandra support, and if you're rotating to the bot lane into a Zyrakan, just sounds like a really, really, really bad idea that someone's cooked up and
Yep.
has trialed out in the depths of a solo queue. Probably not the higher tier, but Lissandra support. Obviously, I think it was it Mickey from the LEC that whacked that one out during their playoffs. I think it was. I think recently seeing it, I actually just watched the UKL, and it was pulled out in a game there as well. So Lissandra looks like it's going to be going into the bot lane, so another source of like CC engage. You get Jarvan, Nivea, I guess the Q as well, but it's not too much. But yeah, a bit of punish for maybe the Rakan going in.
Potentially, I mean, it's a lot of lockdown. Jarvan is really good into, the all of Xayah, because even though their ultimates, they can make them invulnerable to CC, and for Xayah in general, you cannot leave that ring. I mean, once you're there, you're there. So with Lissandra, another source of AoE crowd control, I kind of like this. Maybe something else that I do want to talk about is, where are we looking really early here? I want to focus on this ball. I mean, Xayah Rakan versus Kai'Sa Lissandra, and keep in mind we have seen perfection on that Kai'Sa pop-off last game. What's the read here?
Yeah, I mean that's what I think it comes down to. I mean Zyrakan is relatively safe. They're going to be safe in lane. Will we be able to see perfection punish the unique bot lane like he was able to do countless times versus the last matchup, Lazy in Life, that we saw? I think again we're going to also look in the top side. You got Olaf versus Darius. I do expect these two top laners to try and get the upper hand in this matchup. We said last game that the Olaf needed resources to get ahead to snowball. Is very much the same. If Olaf can do that, he can run through quite a fair bit. Darius as well is another champ that if he starts getting those stacks and starts kind of going into the late game, he could be quite dangerous.
Indeed. Something else I think to keep in mind is Yasuo and Nivea. With those kinds of junglers, Maokai, Jarvan, you got a lot of crowd control, and they're not all champions out there, so really potential action in all the lanes. I mean, I can't wait. It's going to be an exciting game.
Yep, I think my camera's frozen at the moment.
It might be a little bit. I mean, sounds like a good enough opportunity to just send it over to a break. We'll be back with you in a few minutes when the game's going to start.
Watching the world rise up in flames, seeking a light to guide the way. We
follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkest skies. The champions of the world that we defy. The soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Welcome back onto the Rift. Final game of the day. The sides are the other way around. We have Link's Legacy on the red side with you on the blue side. Yeah, let's see if they can win it. I'm excited. Perfection with the Ghost on the Kaiser. Lethal Tempo as well. I believe it was Hail of Blades last game. And I mean, composites on Yasuo. I'm always happy to see that, no matter what the context is.
Yeah, I mean, this man has the potential in this matchup just to kind of pop off, even into an Anivia. I can guarantee that this man still can have the prowess to be able to pull out some very special plays. So keep an eye on the mid lane. But is there any other sort of lane that you're looking at, keeping an eye on throughout this game?
I'm gonna be honest, in specific, not really, because I think all these lanes have potential to explode. You mentioned the mid lane, we kind of talked about the top lane, Olaf into Darius. You want, both of them to snowball if you're on either of these teams, and then bot lane, well, okay, that might actually be the most snoozy lane, because Zyra can save, but on the other side, we've seen Perfection play really well, and I really do want to keep an eye on that, so we keep an eye on the jungle. Let's see where the junglers are.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just keep an eye on the whole map at the same time. That's what we're saying. But yeah, it's going to be a great game to watch. Obviously, let's kind of set the stakes a bit. So we've got Unique on, like you said, the blue side. They are currently sat at 1-1, so they have a win currently over Gran Turismo, but a loss to Lazy and Life. On the other side, Link's Legacy, we've been following them all kind of evening. They are currently sat at 0-2. A bit of a shaky, nervous maybe performance versus Gran Turismo, but showed a bit of life versus Lazy and Life, who seem to be currently dominating this group. So we'll have to see if they can kind of continue with momentum, as we're seeing a trading Ghost in the top lane already.
Yeah, level 1 Darius manages to get those 4 stocks, and yeah, as you mentioned, Link's Legacy on the way up, whereas Unique have got that 1 win buffer, of course. Link's Legacy winning here with both of these teams tied at 1 and 2 and kind of even the playing field going into the second round. Whereas if Unique win, then there is a scenario in which I think Link's Legacy are 0-3 with the other teams being up 2 and 1, which is the worst possible ending for you, quite literally.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're gonna need to start picking up some wins here. So this is maybe the game to do it. Akko already really struggling in this match versus the Darius in the early stages. That does give the ability for Jarvan to try and look for an invade, but he is going to just back out of that. But this Darius is already starting to bully the Olaf. We'll have to see how Akko reacts to this gank in the top lane, though.
The flash flag and drag
nice.
first blood. He's going to be traded.
Okay.
Unfortunately, couldn't get out of there fast enough, but gold advantage to Link's Legacy, and also this whole wave is going to be absorbed by Wojo, so it's not gold wasted, but it is gold that is not going on to Akko.
Yeah, as well, you kind of, I guess, in matchup also prefer the kill to go over to the Darius. The Jarvan is able to pick up that one. Wojo will just clear his top camps and probably have this prior over the scuttles here. So overall, you can see the idea behind the play. Executed not too badly as well, but sadly the kill does go over to the Jarvan, not your Darius.
Somewhat unfortunate. We'll see though if maybe we'll be able to do anything. I feel like with the Maokai in both of the games today was just kind of on the throw down the ultimate duty, see if you can find anything. Jarvan has much more, I mean, proactive role. You have to go in there, you have to fight, and you also have more potential to carry at least than tank Maokai. And the reason I make that distinction is I don't think Wojo is going to be a tank Maokai.
No, and I don't think from what we obviously saw from the last game, we couldn't really get an assessment of what the plan was for Link's Legacy's Maokai there, just because his CS gap was just so big that whilst the Lilia on the other side was probably at 3 items, I think the Maokai was only just completed maybe a second, or even only had components for a second. So there wasn't really anything that we learned on that side of things. Obviously the Jarvan a different look for the guy that's played 2 Maokai games already today.
Absolutely. Just gonna try and escort this wave, get composites to let it crash into the targets in the bot lane. Perfection finding a kill in the 2 versus 2, looking at summoners. 3-4-2 as well, yeah. We're gonna get a replay here. Just walks into the bush, burns the heal. Probably a flash coming through, follow through.
Oh,
My
wow.
God.
Nice, really well played from Perfection. He was someone that we highlighted in this game. He's continuing to shine as well for this. As we can see, a lot of trade and summoners there for both bot lanes. Both AD carriers having to burn their flashes. Rakan also having to burn his flash, whilst Little Holt in the support for the Lissandra keeps his, so that's going to be very crucial if they want to look for any more plays in this bot lane. But we highlighted him before game. He's into a bit of a different matchup versus Holm and Co in the bot lane, who as before we started this cast, we got a little bit of information about this kind of unique roster, and one of the things that was talked about is Holmberg and Kant, who have been together for long, but this is a play on the mid lane.
Composites ignited down, trying to get away, down to 100 health, few more auto attacks, maybe the wall doesn't force him to go the wrong way around. Flash forward hold, going to be able to pick up the kill. The Lissandra passive, looking for the burst onto Kansuke, but here comes Holmberg and going to be able to pick up the kill. Single digit health.
Yeah, that's very touch and nervy there for Unique. Obviously going for the initial play, Composites just gets kind of caught out there, and we see a kill in the top lane. Oh, Akko. Oh no.
Does that result? Oh, it does reset. Yeah, okay. So I can imagine it was probably 5 stacks alt flash at some point in there. And yeah, this top lane is now starting to win on its own. I mean, Link's Legacy look like a breath of fresh air. You know, maybe the Maokai was the problem.
Potentially, I just think it's a very mindset coming into this game. They've obviously started very well. They've got themselves a counter matchup in the top lane. Obviously, the very early rotation of the Olaf as well came out from Unique, and they've been able to put their top laner on a matchup he kind of, I guess, understands and knows in the Darius. And they got the priority picks in the Kaiser as well, which we saw play to perfection in the last game.
Yeah, and even right now, over 20 CS ahead, just under 8 minutes, so good start. Now, will Lynx be able to continue this? Because we've seen the fact that they overextend for fights, just because they're ahead, and by a healthy margin at that, let's not overlook at that. It doesn't mean that they will be absolved from their sins of past games. It's still very possible for them to fall into the same pitfalls.
Yeah, we're starting to see, as our lovely observer brings up the gold there, we're starting to see little leads being accrued by this Lynx Legacy roster, and they're on the areas that you would love to have. As you can see, the Darius already setting off to the races ahead of this Olaf. The Kaiser as well, being able to pick up a nice early kill is wonderful for him to be able to get a sort of like head start in this matchup. So definitely pretty good start for Lynx Legacy.
Absolutely. The first dragon is going to be an Infernal, and so far we see Wojo kind of pay attention to that, maybe not too hurried yet, although the top side has now been cleared, so we'll see. Herald or Dragon, which is going to actually take the priority.
Yeah, we're seeing Wojo come to this top side. He is going to take the scuttle. Jarvan is in the area, and it looks like we might have some contest or just a fight over vision. Jarvan will be on the vision there, laid down by the Olaf, and Nivea is rotating from the mid lane, so we could see some potential for a skirmish here, but it does look like we're just going to have some lay down of vision, lay down of battle lines, and just a back for the Darius and the Jarvan.
If you're Bust, you kind of want to exploit this Darius lead as much as possible. Akko able to pick up almost this entire wave, well, all of the XP and most of the minions here, as I say. A little bit of a Catholic curse with the last hits, but yeah, so the Dragon Slayer finished. That's a quick one.
Yeah, that's really lovely for the Kaiser to have in these early stages to be able to secure that, and that just goes to show how well Perfection's been able to gain this lead in the early game. It does seem like Akko needed that bit of time just as a breather away from the Darius, because it just seems like every time the Darius is in lane versus this Olaf, he's just kind of eking small advantages, and just looks quite a fearsome foe in this lane. We are seeing a trade of objectives, so we're just seeing the priority from both teams. We're seeing the Maokai for Unique deciding that Herald is something that he wants to prioritize over this first Drake. So it'll be interesting to see where he decides to put this. You have a couple of lanes that could use with the extra bit of gold. You could opt to go into the Xayah, you could opt to go into the Yasuo, who's, even though he's got one death, has built up a little bit of a CS lead, or you could try and get your Olaf back into this game. So it'll be interesting to see where Unique decide to put this Rift Herald.
I'd maybe like to see Kansuke move more around the map. You are playing the Rakan, Xayah probably can be left in the lane. Maybe not if you don't know where the Jarvan is, because I can still imagine Jarvan, Lissandra, Kaiser should be able to dive the Xayah, even with an ult, but try and move the Rakan around the map, look for a play elsewhere, drop down the Herald, or maybe just open up this bot lane as Wojo is waltzing down.
Yeah, he is here, so it does look like we might see a very quick Rift Herald play. At the moment, not wanting to go through the lane, so they're just going to let the push in. That's a flash engage from the Rakan.
Yeah, and Hold just absolutely locked in place. That Frozen Tomb is going to buy a lot of the time, and over the wall comes Baby with that Cataclysm, and Composite's going to be donated the kill. I mean, I would say a lot committed for a kill, but the kill this early on is still pretty good.
Yep, I mean, we're seeing quite a lot of flashes being kind of invested into getting that kill as well. We've got the Rakan flash, Xayah flash, both of these bot lanes for Unique having to use their flashes for that one kill on the support. I mean, you could say worth, not worth. It's probably not in the long run unless Lynx Legacy don't punish this. So we'll have to see if this Jarvan can get anything out of that play, because all in all, you've lost your support, but as I said, a lot committed.
Very true. Composite's getting the kill as well. Maybe something to keep an eye on. There's Yasuo already in a lead of maths is difficult. 25. CS that's another one. You are at okay. Good flash. Should live maybe. Last tick.
Oh!
Not even.
Not even close for Urko. He is really starting to struggle in this matchup. He's definitely in a couple of the games that I've seen from him. Obviously, he's away from what he normally is kind of known for, these big tanks, weak side sort of player, and he's definitely starting to feel the pain in this matchup. We are seeing the bot, the Rift Herald being donated over to Holmberg in the bot lane, so trying to catch this Kai'Sa up, who has had a really nice early game with some plates over to the Xayah.
Yeah, it's playing the mid lane. That's going to be the flash flag and drag. Composite locked up in the Cataclysm, and that's a kill. Kanskin now with nowhere left to go, nowhere left to run. But Wojo coming through. They can follow through, and it's going to be the passive. No, not even. Okay, there we go. This is the ban.
There you go.
Just to get that cooldown, Wojo is safe enough, so it costs him nothing. And it's a kill for the side of Lynx. We also have the Spear of Shojin rushed by the Dolphin.
Yeah, as previous mentioned in the last game, ridiculously broken item. Obviously that play could have gone pretty bad as well for Unique, but we are seeing an ult being used by the Olaf. This is the first time that we've actually seen Ukko being able to accrue some form of advantage, but I mean the Darius is absolutely fine here. We'll be able to just to back and then get back into lane and back to bullying. But going back to the mid lane play, obviously it's a bit hard to see who engaged there. It did look like, as you said, the Rakan wanted to make some impact on the rest of the map. Tries to look for a play in mid, but we're seeing a play in top now.
No ultimate for Ukko, unfortunately, and Fast was just waiting in the wings.
Yeah,
kill.
Very patient play from the top side of Link's legacy there. Darius just able to stay in a bush and punishes Ukko for his over-aggression. We could see a potential play down in the bot lane. The Lissandra not really wanting to commit, even though Unique bot lane still don't have their flashes up, and that is the first tower over to this Darius, and he is monstrous.
Absolutely, both top and bot lane winning. Top lane much more heavily so, and that's kind of what we said going into this game. Olaf versus Darius is going to be one of those. Well, we didn't pick one, but the reason why we wanted to look at that is because it can go wildly out of control, and it just kind of did. And Link's Legacy were actually able to be the ones to win the coin flip, so to speak, this game.
Yeah, I mean, Link's Legacy are in a lovely position. They've played this very early game lovely. We are seeing a bot lane tower going down, so obviously this has shown kind of change in priority maybe Link's Legacy have had, where they've made quite a few plays around their Darius, who obviously has accrued his own lead and obviously snowballed now into a 2 kills lead for himself. We do see a kill in the mid lane, so that is Composites on the board killing the Anivia whilst this kind of bot lane play is going on. So that was obviously the passive that got procced. Composites just styling on one of his signature picks here.
Absolutely. Let's see, how did that go? I'm just holding up my breath. I mean, we know it's a kill, and like this looks pretty bad. No way! Oh my god!
That's the difference of understanding the limits of a champion. That's very impressive from Composites. I think at any point we were just waiting for him to do a play like that, where you don't believe he's going to go in, but he goes in anyway, and he just gets a really good kill.
Insane. I mean, how do you even like know that your ult is going to get you there? I mean, there must be a mechanic that I'm just not aware of, but you know, yeah. Incredibly well played. Okay, so Yasuo actually does get you out of the range of turrets. Shout out to our producer for letting us in on that information. Okay, it's more understandable now. The play makes more sense. Still impressive.
Yeah, still take nothing away from Composite from understanding his champion to those limits. Very interesting decision making coming out Link's Legacy. I don't completely agree with the idea of rotating this Darius down to the bot lane. I think they could have gotten Drake just out of sheer presence alone that they had, because they've kind of just donated a free turret over to this Olaf. That's some lovely time for Olaf to be able to have in a matchup he was heavily behind. So it would have been interesting to see how behind compared to now, as he's been able to get some free time in the top lane, whereas Darius and Kai'Sa were able to get the bot lane turret there.
Yeah, it does seem like Link's Legacy have grouped up for the Death Ball just to secure those two neutral objectives. Essentially just saying we're not going to go for a bad fight because Unique will not be able to start a fight. I mean, you're not going to run into the 5 stacks of Link's Legacy when they're at this point in the game. You need a lot more items on both your Yasuo and your Xayah, I feel like, for that to start making sense. So, I understand the logic behind it. Sure, it's not the most optimal play, and I don't think it gains them any gold right now. We need to watch out this Herald placement and see what they do with it.
Yeah, and obviously the Herald has been picked up by Perfection as well, so they're going to have to play around where the Kai'Sa kind of goes. So obviously that gives us a maybe hint that the Kai'Sa is going to be now rotating into the mid lane as we get into the kind of lane swaps for this kind of mid to going into late game. We're not obviously into the late game quite yet. We're more in this kind of stage where we have seen Link's Legacy start to struggle, so it will be very interesting to see how can they adapt these early leads that they've accrued for themselves. Obviously Olaf is completely kind of attended in this bot lane. We're seeing a bit of commit onto composites, but he is giving the respect that he needs to give.
This Herald, but very late for this tier 2. Just gonna get a crash.
I think it's gonna get a charge.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Too much crowd control. Yeah, now it got distracted, so I guess wasted and traded for tier 2 on the other side.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Akko is... I'm not sure if he's back, but it's no longer Jover.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very confusing play, I think, overall. Akko is on a very big flank here, so we can see some fighting. It's going to be a lot of engaged being used to get this Olaf towards this fight. Do we have the Maokai out? I think we do, so we aren't going to... Oh, it has been used, so no real go buttons there for Unique on that play in order to get Akko into the backline. But overall, I think that was a very confusing play. Obviously, you could see Link's Legacy's intentions to be able to commit quite a lot into the top side, but I think they definitely could have rotated a couple members into the mid lane to get the mid lane push, and then probably use the Rift Herald there would have been better. But overall, it's just an equal trade, and I don't think that's what they want to be doing at this stage, especially with the leads they have.
Absolutely not. And well, talking about the leads, it's kind of been steadily shrinking, just 1,000 gold right now. And yeah, the AD carry is no longer massively ahead. Top lane close to 1.2 thousand, and mid lane composites has been building up a small advantage of his own.
Yeah, where we were seeing these really nice big leads for Link's Legacy, Unique have done a fantastic job to be able to nullify those. We saw the Rift Herald being donated over to the Xayah, that got Xayah back in. He also got the tower there. Akko has been freely uncontested on these side waves, is able to take a tower top and then a tier 2 bot as well, so he is enjoying the newfound freedom that he's had with Link's Legacy's questionable rotations around the map.
Indeed, and now the Dragon up in a minute. The Baron is already on the Rift, and Unique have priority in the mid lane to go for the Vision clear. Will they spot that one word? Cascade does not have the sweeper, so no.
Oh my
they
god.
are going to start the Baron though, and what is the approach here? I mean, the flip 20 minutes into the game, and oh wait, hold on, Perfection isn't there yet. The Baron is at 6,000, the Kai'Sa still only in the mid lane right now. It's going to take quite some time. Here comes the Nature's Wrath Cascade going over the wall, and the
Oh my god!
kill by Baby! Absolute massive bust is in the pit, but the Nox and Guillotine has already been used. Perfection over the wall trying to pick off the targets, but the fight, it's not going nearly as well. Perfection now, Blast on in. He's going to dodge away from the grand entrance, gets the double kill. Now 1v1 against Composites in the arena. Can you find the win? Toxie with the support from over the wall for the triple kill. And that goes the last one standing. Flash forward. Perfection looking for the ace, but the Blastco will deny it.
My god, what a very chaotic series of events. Unique there decide that they need to force the Baron when Dragon's up, so obviously they're expecting the priority for Link's Legacy to be on the Dragon. Yeah, a really confusing play there from them. I don't think they had to do that at that stage when we had just been praising them for how well they had kind of stagnated this game out. They just go, you know what, we're just gonna coin flip. And that's exactly what we saw Link's Legacy, I think, do in the last game, and it really punished them. But this time they have flipped it round. They're the ones punishing on the coin flip, and now they're right back in the driving seat of this game.
I think it was 3 kills going the way of perfection as well. So on this Kaiser, 2.5 items now is going to be a force to be reckoned with, for sure. And yeah, the Baron buff Unique not going to. Oh no, they didn't even get it. What am I talking about? Yeah, I don't know how I looked at it over. So yeah, let's see what they can do with it. Perfection gonna buff up this wave, and yeah, Acro column alongside.
Yeah,
very much.
Yeah, obviously in that scenario he probably thought his team were closer than they actually were, and actually found out that he's in the middle of players from Link's Legacy. He doesn't win those as an OLAP at this stage of the game, especially with how his kind of lane has been going for himself. Baron buff was only kept onto the Kai'Sa and the Anivia, so they have to kind of play around these two kind of champions if they want to get anything. Nice decision to rotate into the bot. Deciding to rotate towards the mid lane now, that's where the focal point will be now as we see an engage.
Woljo is going to flash root, massive bramble smash, perfection going to be taken down 1 for 1, and this is so much worth for Unique.
Yeah, and that's a shutdown straight onto the Zyre as well, so that's crucial gold that they will pick up. I think if you're in that point in your Woljo, you're just going worth.
Absolutely. Especially the gold going onto Holmberg, helping that Zaya catch up in items. Currently a whole item behind, probably going to be just a half after this recall. You have to imagine, yeah, Blast Whisper picked up. So, yeah, absolutely worth. Takes out the Baron out of the equation. I mean, I don't think there was... Oh, no, never mind. No, Proxy still has it.
Yeah, so as we were saying, they only had 2 Baron buffs out of that Baron play that they made. As you just see there, one of them's gone. The Anivia was the only one left standing with that. So they do get the Baron, they do get the kills, they do get a little bit, and this kind of gold lead that we were talking about that was getting smaller, exploded completely.
Indeed, sitting at 4,000 as of now. But we are entering this kind of... Well, some people call it a lull state. I'm in this. I'm trying to think of a better name. I can't come up with anything. It's essentially a state of the game where neither team has too much of an incentive to be pushing too hard. Over 2 minutes until neutral objectives. You kind of just want to farm up, get more items on your carries, no matter who you are, really. It never hurts. And when it comes to the tools of forcing the engage, it is even on both sides. And that's why you can see everyone being so far back. I mean, Holmberg is waiting, you know, near the tier 2 to really catch this mid wave.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of those where you're kind of wanting your Jarvan and your list Chaos to either the front line or the back line of Unique, whilst your kind of Anivia, your Darius and your Kai'Sa can just kind of freely be able to get some damage off. This next Drake is going to be massive because obviously after the Baron buff, Link's Legacy were able to be on Soul Point as well. So Unique are almost forced into a situation where they have to either be accepting of they're going to give over a Soul Point, or they're going to have to be forced into a contest. And it's at that stage, do you have enough damage, really? But I don't think they kill the Yasuo here at all.
No, they do not, and it's a double kill for Woljo Composites. Somehow staying alive. I was gonna say, that looked like a tough spot, but manages to make it work. Toxie on the way out, tries to go for the shoot. Just rationalize this, I guess gives up, tries to get a quicker reset timer.
Yeah, I think at that point, yeah, he's just going for an honourable death, and there we see the classic Link's Legacy overextension or forced fight 4-0. We were just saying how they've got a lovely gold lead, they've been playing really well around their carries, they just made a really crucial play over Baron. We don't need to do anything. The timers for our crucial key objectives are coming up. Let's just get some vision. Let's get our items. Let's go back to base and make sure that we're really strong when we come back on the map, because we know we have more items than unique. What do? Well, they lose 3 in the top side. Is not going to really accrue to much because they don't lose out on the dragon, but again, it's just 3 gold, 3 kills over to the side of unique, and they're a lot stronger than they were originally.
Yeah, and Composites is starting to look real scary. I mean, that Sterak's keeping him alive for such a long time now. Link's legacy going to be going up towards this Baron. And Toxie is completely separated from the rest of his team. So I think if Unique just run, they get a 5 versus 4 here. No way for the Anivia to join. That's going to be the Malachi ult coming through the charm onto Lil. Hold and Composite straight into the back line, looking for perfection. Hold and flashing forward, won't be able to finish him off. That's the double kill for the Saya Frost. Gets 1 execute, but that is it. Baby knocked up by the Yasuo straight through the Khan, and it is a 4-for-1 Unique. They take it all.
Oh, can we please just remove Baron from the rift? Both of these teams just think that the minute it is up, it equals fight, and it really, really doesn't. You have Dragon Soul coming up. You had the items advantage. You had the gold advantage. Why do we need to 50-50 for Baron? I don't understand. Both teams now have made big oopsies around this Baron. Can we please just agree to take it off of the map so that we can actually have them both understand how to play the map? It's a very puzzling series of plays.
You know, whoever is like running those anti-gambling ads should just use this game. Just don't gamble, don't coin flip. It does not pay off, as we have clearly seen time and time again.
Oh, that lovely 4K gold lead that we were has now evaporated. Where we were saying Unique were getting back into the game, they reduced their gold lead. They then completely lost it over a Baron flip. That lovely gold lead that they were able to accrue after a Baron flip, they've now lost because of a Baron flip.
They did get the Baron at least.
They got it on 1 member, which is your Anivia. I guess if you want to call that worth, is worth. But they do get the shutdown on Composites. So not worth. still not worth.
Shutdown going to perfection, I think, is as good as you can make it, really. 4 items on the Kaiser if we're looking for the silver lining, but Composites got the Infinity Edge now. Real late game scary Yasuo, and also the Soul has been delayed. So in 2.5 minutes, just 4 minutes, we're going to see another one of those fights. And look, we're heading 4 items on the Xayah. I mean, Toxie just hasn't had a great game.
Yeah.
Not being able to do much in the team fights, not being able to do much in terms of containing Composites on the Yasuo, has by, most accounts lost the lane when you look at the CS. And even then the positioning in that last team fight just didn't pay off.
Yeah, it just seems that you kind of picked the Anivia, but what are you achieving by doing so? Even in the last game, the Anivia was picked and didn't really have much impact on how the game was actually being played. In this game, I haven't seen really many crucial walls. In that Baron fight there was mid lane and was completely cut off from the rest of the fight. Yeah, it's a bit of a puzzling one, but we shouldn't see much happen between now and when the Baron or Drake spawn. And I pray to God, we don't see another 50-50 flip. Link's Legacy need to chill. They need to prioritize getting vision and around this Drake Soul. They have been, and they were stronger than Unique. They've kind of thrown away that window a little bit, but they still have the ability to pull out a good team fight around this Drake.
78 seconds on the flash of perfection. It will be back up by the time the dragon comes up. So yeah, you're gonna have all your cooldowns. There's stopwatch sitting in perfection's inventory. You've got Zhonya's on hold, but that's mostly for the engage. So yeah, you're stacking up advantages in your favor. On the other side, though, 4 items on Holmberg. I like the full control towards inventory. Now Unique is going to move down into the bot side with her bot. Potential play onto Akko. Let's see if they can lock down the Olaf. It's going to be the Cataclysm forces the flash.
Yeah, you've overchased this Olaf now, and you really have to decide where you're going to turn. They're going to turn onto the Olaf from perfection. He still doesn't get the kill.
And Toxie is separated again. What is this team fight? I mean, Lynx are just completely split up. Baby is going to be able to survive, flashes away from the root. Meanwhile, on the other side, Perfection trying to stay alive. Boulder is going to go down. The Maokai is taken out of the equation. The quickness does absolutely nothing. Tasking Holmberg. But they use the feathers. Stone Feathers pulls right back in. Now Perfection is yet again. And then goes for Compensate. Goes back in with another. Taken down by the dunk from Bust, who is going to fall out himself. Double kill from Holmberg. Taken down by Toxie and Nivea. And now it's this a random from Lynx. Will they be able to clean it up? Akko staying alive. Perfection goes golden under the turret. That is going to be the ace at last.
I mean, where do we begin with breaking down that bot play? It was so split, but it was split from everyone. I don't think anyone quite understood where they were focusing or what we saw. We saw the massive commitment in terms of Akko, so you're going to see it here. The kind of commitment here from Lynx to try and lock down this Olaf. He has so much escape tools. He's forced to Ghost, Flash, all of it out. Then they realize, oh no, we're getting collapsed on. The ultimate gets used here from the Kaiser. They still don't get the kill. But here, we can see the Maokai is in the top side there, whilst the rest of his team are going on Jarvan. He then gets caught out completely. Blown up. He's out of the fight. Then we see the next re-engage from Unique here.
Yeah, and at this point, Composites, that's a good ult, but yeah, Bust gets the execute, and here it gets real sketchy. I mean, if in the interrupt on the Anivia comes a second earlier, then Holmberg potentially lives. You look at the... Actually, I'm not sure about flash time when we skip back, but this whole fight on a knife's edge, I'm not sure if Lynx Legacy should have been able to win that now. They're not going to be able to finish this game. No, they won't. Wojo is back up, and on a knife's edge, really. But, yeah, Dragon up in 20. Everyone's going to be back up.
Yep. Let's take stock of summoners that we used in that fight as well, because I think so much happened, as we said, so many split fights, so very, very close fights. So let's look at the summoners. We have Flash and both flashes on the bot lane of Unique. We have Flash Ignite that was used by Composite, so no Flash for the Yasuo on the side of Unique. We do have Lynx just starting up the Drake straight away. Thank you. Please do that. Don't coin flip Baron. We are seeing then the trade wanting to come out from Unique. So let's see if Lynx start to rotate now. Yes, we're seeing the Jarvan start to move up.
Yeah, and Unique are not going to go for the Baron. They're going to respect it. They're not going to coin flip. I mean, at this point, you don't have more coin flips left. You lose this decisively, game over. If you're Lynx, that means 0-3. If you're Unique 1 and 2, you also want to avoid that. The Baron going low.
Just gonna take it though.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess in that scenario, Lynx Legacy just don't believe they have a real window to fight there, really. And finally, someone decides it's not worth just coin flipping a team fight if they don't feel fully confident. They do take the soul, they do give the Baron over, so it is just a plateau now. We are just stalling. We will just see, it will either be an overextension in a team fight like we have seen, and an ace that way, that will end the game, or we're going to get into an Elder fight. And the way that a lot of these fights have gone, just coin flips. So we might just see a crazy fight for the Elder.
Oh, the game is crazy when it's 34 minutes, 18-19 is the scoreline, and the gold is within 300. It's been a game of coin flip. Kansuke just narrowly manages to avoid the upper hand, and that was quite a hilarious sequence of events. And yeah, by all accounts, we should be chilling. I mean, this inhibitor in the bot lane against the Baron buff, not really going to be able to put too much pressure. I also don't think there is anyone who excels in a side lane, not as much as Composites will at this point, with nearing the 4 items the Yasuo should be able to take on really anyone. And we know the Lynx want to group up. So just farm
Oh,
waves.
we're seeing a fight in the bot lane though. Kaiser's just gone
Oh,
on
oh,
Olaf. Does
Flash
he win this?
forward! Perfection
Oh.
gets the kill, but is going to die. There are no objectives, and the shutdown goes to
Yeah.
composites. I think it's worth for Unique.
Yeah, definitely do think so as well. They're going to be able to push this bot wave nice and heavily towards Link's Legacy, and obviously that's where you've got your super minions going into. As you said, shut down as well onto the Kaiser. It did take the Kaiser quite a long time to be able to kill this Olaf. It's not really a champion that you can burst down really quickly, so that one exceeds quite a various long time, and it allows composites and also the Rakan to be able to come down and trade that one. So 1 for 1, they will be able to push this wave in, and then there's no real threat of the bot lane being used on their Nexus really.
I think unless Perfection has any runes affecting the summoner cooldown, then he won't have the flash by the time the next objectives come up. I think that's my biggest issue really with what has just happened. So yeah, there's just under 4 minutes. So there's going to be a window of about 30, realistically maybe 20 seconds, where you can burst down an objective if you're Unique, and Perfection doesn't have flash. If you can put yourself in a position where Kaiser needs a flash to do something, you can in theory get a free objective.
Yeah, and as we're getting into these this late game, we're obviously past now the 35-minute mark. We are starting to see some GAs being brought out as well. So we got a GA on the Kaiser on Perfection. We're also seeing a GA on the Yasuo as well. So these two kind of champions that are gonna go in. They are probably gonna die, but they're gonna have a second round at it as well. What is that? Zonya's being picked up as well for the Lissandra. So we are starting to see these type of items being picked up from both sides, where they're going to be going in, and they just need that little bit of survivability in these team fights.
The sides are gonna trade vision, you have to imagine. Link's going in, clearing those control words, still 2 minutes. I mean, I'm happy the late game has got into both these teams, and they're not just coin farming. Especially Link's, the big criticism we've had is they overcommit for fights. Now, I wouldn't say they have clearly improved on that. I mean, the last team fight they won, again, very much overforced. They did manage to come up ahead, but at least right now, they are not willing to throw themselves at the wall.
No, exactly. I mean, we do have the Elder coming up. It's creeping up. It's going to be in the thought of both of these teams as we start to get in here. This is the sort of time where you just don't want to get caught overextending. As you said, Perfection, no flash for this whole duration. Do not get caught. If you get caught, that is an instant Elder straight over to Unique, and it becomes even harder to contest the Baron that then comes up. That's where there is the potential that this game can be thrown in these little windows now as we get towards these this Elder coming up.
2 Guardian Angels in this game on Composites and on Perfection. I like it all. Hold on, Toxie! You can't recall there! You just can't do that. I mean, that's a 60-second death timer, and that is a major source of wave clear. No Baron buff, but this 5-man death ball and Composites going in deep. Not going to find the knockup. We have Baby on the flank, gonna try and cut the wave. Good play there, but it should at least be one of those objectives, especially if the jungler dies here.
Yeah, you just don't want to be caught as the Jarvan here, but that is just a bit disrespectful there from the Anivia backing in clear vision. Unique do a very good job in able to just go just press the go button and get that kill. That will put him in a prime position to be able to pick up this Elder. No really annoying slows from the Anivia, no walk around for the side of Unique. Elder is here. We're about to see a fight.
I mean, still 7 seconds. Toxie does have the teleport, but at least 10 more seconds until he actually gets in the fight. They're gonna go for the push in the mid lane trade. The Elder for Inhibitor. They're not going for the Baron. Recalls are gonna come through. They're not buffed up. Little hold going in. Okay, that's the sacrificial play. And it's going to flash away from Akko. They trade the support. That's a lot of time bought here. It should be the Inhibitor. Inhibitor for the support.
Yeah, so obviously the plan there is, I think Lynx are probably going, oh, we can kill the Olaf, but this Kaiser is going to survive. Okay. That's an interesting one. The Kaiser does survive that, but I think the play there is they think that they can get a little bit more out of that play, so they kind of send the Lissandra there to stop some backs. But we are seeing a very eager force. The ult is coming down from the Maokai. This could be disastrous.
Double knockout being found. Toxie trying to flash away, get as much damage as possible, but no, it's 2 picks. The Elder prowess in team fights proving too much for Lynx to handle. Baby, can he find the hero player again? No, he cannot. It's just perfection. A little hold. 2 against 5, holding up against the world. Baron buff, Elder. I think this is the game, possibly.
Yeah, it's a very interesting to be able to go for that sort of a fight there. They don't have Elder. They don't really have any real reason to be there. The Maokai ult is massive from Woljo as he's able to lock down multiple members, and it's just a nice easy fight after that, and it looks like we're facing the end here.
Yeah, a string of disasters since Toxie's recall in mid lane proves too much for Lynx to be able to come back in the last hour. They'll try and make a last stand. Perfection! He's shooting! He gets a triple kill, but it is too little. It is simply too late. And on such a sour note, that's going to be the 3rd defeat of the day for for Lynx. But Unique, 2-on-1. They managed to pull through. Incredibly long game. Well played from the whole squad. I mean, it came down to the wire, and they punished the one mistake and were able to take it over from there.
Yeah, we praised Unique for different parts during that game. I mean, they had a very, I don't know, very difficult early game where they did lose out very much, especially the top side and the bot side, but they played really, really well in order to be able to claw back those small advantages. They kind of did a little bit of trolling around the Baron. They gave away that buff, and they did fall at a deficit. But I think from that point onwards, they played really, really smart. They played really, really well. They were able to pick up the important kills on the members they needed to, and as you said, they're able to pick up the win. They move now to 2-1, whereas Lynx Legacy have it all to do on the second day. Just a bit of information from the other game as well. We saw Lazy and Life pick up that win versus Gran Turismo. So we have Gran Turismo at 3-0. We have Unique sitting at 2-1. We then have Gran Turismo at 1-2, and then Lynx Legacy at 0-3. So in the middle of the pack, we still have quite a bit to play for, but Lynx Legacy have it all to do.
They're gonna have to win 3 games next week, and and just hope that Unique loses all of theirs or something like that. I don't know what exactly the scenarios are, but yeah, being 0-3 at the end of day 1, tough position for Lynx Legacy. There has been an improvement throughout today. I think it's worth noting that game 1, I'm not going to mince my words, looked terrible. Game 2 looked somewhat better. Game 3, they took it to the late game, and I feel like if Toxie, just respected the recall a little bit more, this was still their game to win. I mean, the recall timing was good. It was a minute before the Elder. They could have come there, set up the vision, you've got the Anivia. But it just comes down to those small moments like this, and really good job on Unique. I don't want to put this all on Toxic's mistake. Really good job on them to punish it and not give any breathing room afterwards. And yeah, League of Legends just is like that sometimes.
Right, exactly. Unique played really well in those clawback moments. They kept their cool throughout the whole game. They saw their windows in order to be able to punish Lynx Legacy, and they were able to do so. So obviously props to them. For Lynx Legacy, you need to take away the small kind of positives from today. They started really confused. They looked a lot better as these games went on, and that's what they need to kind of continue to do in order to go into Wednesday. They need to try and build from some of the kind of things that they've learned today. That's what they need to do. They need to learn.
Yeah, and hopefully for them they will be able to, but unfortunate first day. Really good games though. Throughout we were able to see some kind of evolution again. Once again, congratulations to Unique on getting the win. But I think that's going to be it for today. And thank you all for watching this stream. I'm not sure when people will have on this channel again to cover more of the Aurora Cup. But whatever that is, make sure you're here to tune. Thank you to production yet again. Casual Kitty doing a great job on the observing and streaming. Thanks, Kaya, for joining me. Previous as well, who's gone by now. And thanks to More Temporal for temporarily bringing me back again onto the casting scene on a massive time notice for sure. But it was fun.
Of course.
And yeah, we'll see you around whenever that is.